Yes. See, this row was...
It's talking like that. You ain't going to no big city. Master ain't gonna let you.
Yeah, I'm going with or without you.
Rudy, stop talking like that. Stop.
Hey, what are you niggers doing over there?
Get out of here.
Hey, what are you doing?
And cuts! Fantastic.
I need more American slave, okay?
Like struggle.
Yeah, the struggle.
Sort of like the dialogue, like the back and forth banner.
Absolutely, yes. See, this row was sort of a bit cheeky. I got a little bit out of my comfort zone, you know. During the filming of this role in this character, I felt oppressed, like an American slave, like a lot of struggle. I studied the art.
A fantastic turnout on the red carpet tonight. And just arriving, we have Samson Dubois at the American Guild Awards.
Samson, you look great tonight.
How hard was it for you to change your accent?
As a little boy from Manchester, I struggle a bit with the dialect, right? But to really get into character for this quite astonishing role that I took on, to say the least.
You promised to go with me, man.
Rudy, stop talking like that. You ain't going.
I struggle a bit with the dialect, right? But to really get into character for this quite astonishing role that I took on, to say the least, I put it all on the line.
All right, 3, 2, 1, action.
I'm telling you, nigga. I'm telling you, nigga. You're gonna be fucked out. Fuck.
Family.
Ain't no fucking family in this shit. We're not family, nigga. Fuck family.
Hey, cut, that's the one.
Stunning. That was stunning. Great performance.
Working with a good London boy. Yeah, and I bother him all the time. I had a call with the director. It was quite quintessential to the role and great character development behind it.
I put this fucking bullet in your head, nigga.
I laugh because I'm penniless and a bit quite surreal. A bit quite surreal.
Samson Dubois, Samson Dubois. Samson, yo, who's the girl? Who's the girl?
What's your next
Samson
movie?
Dubois,
What's your
Samson
next
Dubois.
movie?
Yo, do you think your British accent gets you all the black roles in America?
Samson,
Come on, bro. Are you serious, bro?
Do you think you're better than them?
Better than who, bro? Black people.
Yeah.
Stop. I struggle a bit with the diet.
Slave role taught him a Southern accent for 2 weeks. Then had him accepting awards like he marched with Dr. King himself. That's why I made the skit. And nah, this wasn't just me trying to be funny. I've been seeing this weird Hollywood shit for years. Every time they need a Black American story, somehow a British actor pop out talking bout cheeky and brilliant before yelling in a Memphis accent on camera. And the crazy part, folks in Hollywood act like anybody questioning it just jealous or starting division. People just tired of watching their own stories get outsourced. Now, don't get me wrong. Them dudes talented, I ain't hating on nobody individually. But at some point, it stopped feeling like read acting and start feeling like y'all replacing real lived experience with a good dialect coach. That's my issue. Some of these stories come from our grandparents, our neighborhoods, our history, slavery, poverty, police harassment. Growing up Black in America, that ain't just a role people study for 3 weeks. Then go collect an Oscar off of. Meanwhile, Black American actors getting pushed further and further out the room. Half these studios don't even care who really lived this shit, as long as the accents sound expensive and everybody calling it diversity. Nah, Hollywood just like the accent better. A slave role taught him a Southern accent for 2 weeks, then had him accepting awards like he marched with Dr. King himself.
We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years approximately 86 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the #2 population for 400 years. You're gonna get kicked out of being #2, you're gonna go down and become #4. Now, common sense, even a third grade education would tell you If you didn't get anything when you were number 2, you all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're going to get when you become number 4.
President Biden, do you support reparations?
I mean, since I haven't spoken on this, got a chance. Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of every 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America.
At the very time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. And this is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington, in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
We are owed $104 trillion on the very low end, plus $735 billion recurring. This number does not include the cost of about 50 Black Wall Streets that were decimated, nor compound interest from 2017 when Sean D. Rochester's book, The Black Tax, was published, nor the cost of Black life, nor the cost of living increases, nor the war on drugs, nor the current day pandemic. The number I'm working with is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
Good evening on the West Coast. Good evening in the mountain. Good evening in the central. Good morning on the East Coast. You know exactly who it is, family. Angela Nirvana, your hostess with the most, is on the Reparationist Perspective, bringing to you those Black American Negro freedmen hot topics and making the case for reparations, y'all. Making the case for delineation, y'all. Making the case for deportations. Okay? Making the case for the weaponization of our vote and the socialization of our suffering. How y'all doing, family? Thank y'all so much for joining me live. I know I'm an hour behind schedule, y'all. The struggle is real. Oh, Lord, I ate a little bit of dinner. It just got tired. Just got the itis, y'all. But I'm here to go as long as I can go, as long as y'all can hang. We gonna get this done one bite at a time. We may have to come back for a part 2 for this one. Part 2, part 3, part 4. What you saw in the opening was the extraordinary Drewski, who has been doing amazing work with these political, satirical shorts. Okay? And he has really been exposing so much that's been going on politically. And you know, that's what our broadcast is all about. It's about examining highlight tricks through the Negro lens. And I just absolutely love what he's done to tackle in just a couple of shorts this idea of Hollywood seeking to replace us, akin to the demon rats seeking to erase and replace and upend our justice claim. This is not just in the private and the public sectors, y'all. This is all throughout Hollywood, in the diabolical music industry, where you've got characters like Nicki Minaj and Cardi B and Uncle Luke, okay, who now wants to run for office down in Florida. Salty that Debbie Wasserman Schultz is, I guess she lost in her own district down in Florida. Now she's coming to the black side of town. The demon rat, the slime bucket she is, has always been. If you recall in some of my previous lives, she was the one to interfere, to run interference for Crooked Hillary with 3 Ks. Okay? She ran interference when Bernie Sanders was running his first term. I was working for his candidacy, donating to his candidacy. That was it, and that was all with him, because I realized that he was just there to get us sheepwalking in the end to vote for Crooked Hillary. That was his role. He allowed himself to be used as a political tool. But I digress. When we had raised a gang of money for Bernie Sanders, working his campaigns, growing the movement, right? Debbie Wasserman Schultz was complicit with Crooked Hillary to steal that primary. They really didn't have to steal it. It was all set up. Bernie Sanders was complicit because the whole goal all along was to rally us, to rally the base of the demon rats to hand us over to Crooked Hillary. But Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the name of her official title at this time fails me, but she was instrumental in taking the campaign funds raised for Bernie Sanders after they stole a couple of his cities and states from him. All of our money went to Crooked Hillary. Then Bernie Sanders met with Barack Obama and told us to fall on our swords and to go out here and vote for Crooked Hillary. All the while getting in bed with this Russian bot narrative. Yeah. Debbie Wasserman Schultz was the puppet master, making things move around to set them up. She's pro-Israel. And now, Luke, who bought all this diabolical, ratchet-ass music from overseas, from the islands. That's where a lot of this stuff comes from, this diabolical music that's got our kids all turned around, celebrating a whole culture, celebrating murders and prison culture and all manner of things. He's angry with Debbie because she lost her district. I don't have the full story yet, but it's recent, hot off the press. But now she wants to run in what used to be, well, what still is, a predominantly black district. So she's got her Barack Obama posters out and trying to pretend to be relatable, but we don't even know which black is still down in that district. We're talking Florida, which has been invaded by immigrants. They've taken it over. So what you find about these demon rats in Hollywood, they're in the record industry, they're all in bed together to erase and replace the Negro out of our own narratives, y'all. With these immigrants, all the while claiming that they are trained in Britain and they're better trained. How in the hell can someone who's trained in anything other than the Negro experience play the Negro experience better than the Negro him or herself? Riddle me that. But this is the gag, and this is what's been going on across industries. Okay? This has been going on across industries. I our erasure and replacement. Now you've got most democratically ran cities and states demanding that Negroes know Spanish just to get a job interview. And when you speak it as fluently as Pedro, you simply don't have the complexion for hire. And we have no capital at these hiring tables anymore. They've gotten rid of us from the hiring tables, where we used to be able, let me stop this music, y'all. Yeah, where we used to be able to put each other on. Okay, we used to be able to hire our own. I see you, Root Trackers. Thank you for joining the live, beloved. You were in class early. And Purple Rain 97. Thank you, baby. You like that thumbnail? Ain't it fancy? I love this thumbnail too. I love ChatGPT. It's very instrumental in helping me to come up with these thumbnails. And yeah, it's powerful. I'm gonna make myself a little smaller so y'all can appreciate all these immigrants. Now, I'm not calling everybody a tether, y'all. I don't want to go there with it because not all immigrants are tethers, but the ones who are complicit in co-opting and corrupting everything grand about foundational Black American Negro freedmen, Black American Negro freedmen. What's up? Yeshanya Black 175 LA FBA in the building. All right, family. I'm out here in Strong Beach. Welcome to the live, beloved. All of you, listen, if you want to be a part of my illustrious co-host in the chat, where I go through their commentary at the end of the broadcast, please feel free to join us over here on ScrewTube. That's the only way to really chat it up and let us know what you think about it and for you to weigh in. But yes, honey, ChatGPT, you know, it's been really the bomb for the last couple of thumbnails that I've had in helping me to pull my thoughts together. And yeah, these people want a destiny swap with us. It don't matter their nationality. It don't matter where they originate from. They all want our position. Yes, Purple Rain. Purple Rain is already weighing in. I was listening to a Black American skilled construction who knew Spanish. The company would not hire him. Yes, baby. That's what I mean when I say you can speak it as fluently as Pedro. You don't have the complexion for hire. And these are the ways in which they are economically genociding us. And I wanted to share that Drewski skit because this is, you have to understand, family, that when you start to see it in the movies, start to see it in the music industry, you start to see this takeover where we're being erased and replaced. You have to understand that it usually starts in those mediums first. Those mediums are showing you a peek into your future. Our birth rates have plummeted, especially compounded with abortion. I've shared with you all on previous broadcasts about how the DNC literally had an abortion truck outside the DNC Chicago when Skamala was running for office. Because that is the goal. And by the time you look up and you see that your people have all but disappeared, it is really too late. It is really too late to turn that Titanic around. And that's the purpose of my broadcast. That's the radical in my messaging, is to get you to understand that the only commodity we really got left is the power of our protest vote. You see, I don't know what kind of Black is in Florida, but if there's any Negroes remaining in Florida, if any of you are left in that district, this is the time for the protest vote. You cannot let Israel-loving Debbie Wasserman Schultz win a predominantly black district. You cannot allow any demon rat who refuses to stand for Americans, which foundational black Americans, black American Negro freedmen are. You cannot vote for demon rats who keep their seats when Trump asks at the SO2, who are you for? And who are you against? And they kept their seats because they are for immigrants, not Americans. And they especially are not for foundational black Americans, black American Negro freedmen. That's what I call myself. I'm a part of the BANF crew, but we all bleed chattel slavery. And they are absolutely not for us flourishing in the country of our ancestors. We're going to get into it because Trump recently proposed reparations for the J6ers from the same justice fund that Barack Obama awarded Indian farmers reparations. And all the while, we're thinking that we got to continue voting demon rat, which is what happened here in California, only to be denied the very reparations they sent us away to study for. Now that Trump has done this, you see Ayanna Pressley, you see Joyless Reed, who was complicit with Shireen Mitchell in calling us Russian bots. Now they want to bring up that empty ass HR 40, which who got the momentum going on the HR 40? That was us, the co-founders of the former ADOS movement. It damn near got greenlit until we realized they want race-based reparation studies. They want $20 million to study our repair into perpetuity while never having to give up anything. They never suggested what Barack Obama did for the Indian farmers, what Trump is about to do for the J6ers, insurrectionists. There's a whole justice fund out here, y'all, that we could have petitioned for our repair based on the harms leveled against our collective by the government. We're going to get into it. Let's get into it. I'm just trying to tell y'all that these demon rats know about these things all along, but they prey on the ignorance of our people to keep us sheep walking to the polls to vote against our own erasure and replacement with more of them. The immigrants, the POC immigrants, are predominantly in the Democratic Party. And when you vote the couch or you vote blue, no matter who, you are rushing our ethnocide into manifestation. Let's go. I got a lot to share and show. Buckle up, buttercups. I hope y'all got y'all's what's up, Michael Scream Machine Evans, former ADOS movement. We're still here and we still got love for you. No, baby, I love y'all too. Listen, I'm talking about those of us who co-founded the original ADOS movement, baby. I'm not talking about what y'all had to make up because we left the building. I'm not talking about that. I ain't talking about y'all hashtag. I'm still waiting to see what y'all gonna do. I see us moving and making things shake and happen. I see y'all on YouTube still. So I'm just saying, I got love for the people because many of y'all don't know what it was before YC destroyed it. We built it for her to want to steal it. But that's a whole nother broadcast. Just go into the archives. You will understand and overstand how we got here. Michael Scream Machine Evans, you're an original. Then you should know what went down. I'm not going to go into that right now. I got too much work to do. That's not this broadcast. So thank you, baby. We love y'all too, but we left. The ones of us who founded it in California and in Chicago. That was Chris Lodgson of CJEC and what's my baby's name? Oh, I see his face. Out of Chicago. Oh, Lord. His name will come to me, y'all, probably tomorrow. But anyway, they were the ones. Yvette Carnell told us to be the solution. We went out here and were the solution. Then she wanted everything back. She wanted all of it. The brain trust, the people, the money, everything we had done to build it and make reparations a household name. She wasn't comfortable with us just allowing her to be the spokesperson of the things she told us to go create. And that's why you don't see anything happening, because those of us who was meant off to do our own damn thing. But like I said, that's another story for another day. That ain't this broadcast. And I got 33 people over here wanting to hear what I got to say about this topic right now. So let's get into it, because we got a lot of ground to cover. No time to tarry. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm trying to get to some of the more pertinent things. Well, they're all pertinent, child. Just buckle up, buttercups. And I beg your patience. Y'all know how it is. I'm not technically savvy, but I got a lot to say using my videos. So let's just start with it here. Shout out to Tim Black. Now, I'm sharing this with you all because you need to understand that these people are not of our lineage. And yet they got the biggest and the loudest microphones, always got our names in their freaking mouths. And they do more harm than good. These are the ones that keep us tethered to the bottom of this Titanic because they want to destiny swap, and we're not having it. We're exposing them. Shout out to all of the new black media staying on their heads and exposing them for who they are. So let's back this up, because this Joyless Reed was the very one to call us Russian bots. And now that Trump is talking reparations for the J6 insurrectionists, now her and Angela Rye with ketchup and mayonnaise on the side. Lettuce and tomato on the side. That's what TBA calls her. Angela Rye with lettuce and tomato on the side. Now they want to talk about reparations. This is a trick bag that they constantly keep our people in to keep us sheep walking to the polls for these demon rats. Let me show it to you.
Tim Black.
President who has decided to not only pardon the insurrectionists that he sent to the United States Capitol January 6, 2021, but also he has now said, I'm going to pardon you. I want you to set your path in order. And I also want to give you some money for doing it, Joy Reid. He said, don't even worry about the $10 billion that I believe the IRS owes me. Let me also ensure that they have money. They can apply to 5 commissioners, Joy, and get paid. But when we ask about HR 40 or reparations, even for a study, they don't want to touch that. What you got, sis?
Apparently, reparations are something that MAGA is in favor of. And now that we know, I think that it's really important for us to act on the information that we have received. Now we know that a president can, without Congress, without going back to Congress, because who knew? You know, there's a fund that Congress has pre-appropriated, as you will know as a former congressional staffer, that sits there in case there are settlements that the government needs to make, so they don't have to keep going back to Congress every time. Donald Trump has now tasked his Justice Department to dip into that settlement fund to the tune of, and you gave me this information, $1,776, in order to give reparations to the insurrectionists. Well, now that we know, sis, the next time there's a Democratic president, I don't want to hear anything about them not being able to do reparations. I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay, so now that we understand the uses of power, we get to apply to that too. So the next time there's a Democratic president, we don't want to have a commission. We don't want to have Congress do a study. We don't want anyone to do a study. You are going to start issuing reparations to the descendants of African, formerly enslaved African people, to the Tulsa survivors' families, to the families of the survivors of every massacre that has taken place with the government of the United States either standing aside or participating. Because now we know that we can do reparations. So guess what, Papi and Mommy Chulo? The Black people are going to be coming up to the table to get reparations. That's number one. No.
Okay, so I'm not going to play that whole thing because that's Tim Black's video. But I wanted to show you that, family, because I want to juxtapose it with what she was on when we formed the former ADOS movement. I want you to see the juxtaposition between this Congolese woman now talking real bad and bold about the reparations that Blacks are owed. Y'all need to be weary about this flat blackness. This is why we are delineating. Because this flat blackness is designed to co-opt and corrupt our justice claim. These Africans and Caribbeans believe they are entitled to Black American Negro freedmen repair. And they're fighting for reparations, Ghana. Oh, I'm exposing all of it. They want to destiny swap. So here she is. Y'all just saw what I shared with you. Pretending to give a damn about this fund that she's just now being made aware of. That she want to pretend like she's owed a check. These immigrants, that is what you consider a tether. That is what you consider a tether. Somebody who wants to come over here and tether onto your never-ending Holocaust for their own comeuppance, for their own advancement. That is a tether. They flee their situations to come here to tether onto everything grand about the Negro freedmen that our government utilizes to make them more American than us. So they are complicit. They are in bed with our government to erase and replace us and to upend our justice claim. That is what Joyless Reed was doing right there. And this is what she does often. She is not a Black American Negro freedman descendant of the emancipated. She is from the Congo. Let me show you what she was on. When we went out here and were the solution that YC told us to go and be. And we were fighting for reparations and made it a household name. It made the debate stage. That's what you see in the opening of my broadcast. Shout out to ET Media Group. Where Joe Crow, when he was asked about reparations, he pivoted and gave Mexicans all the credit for building the wealthiest country in the world that everybody wants to come to. While they sit up here and try to sell you on going back to Ghana. They got a whole back to Ghana for Juneteenth tour for about $3,600. I'm going to show it to you. In this country, they got Africans with this Pan-African colors pushing African food on our Juneteenth. And our government had the unmitigated gall to join our Juneteenth with LGBTQ month. They hate us because they ain't us, y'all. I hope you're picking up what I'm putting down. Let's go. I got some more to show you. Let me show you what her and Shireen Mitchell were on. When was that? At the end, no. That was that was 2020. 2019, somewhere around there. After Skamala threw her hat in the ring on Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Howard University's campus. And she is East Indian Brahmin caste, meaning she is the white person of the Indian people, East Indian people. Let me show you what this trick was on.
example right now from the Black Identity Framework, there's a new sort of hashtag and or identity that's in their bios called ADOS or DOS, which is standing for Descendants of Slaves. So it's the indication that they are someone who was born in, as a descendant in the United States, who is representing Black America and has the vernacular and the language that people would believe is someone who's a part of our community, who's either debating about Camilla or debating about Booker, because that's who just announced, and trying to say, we know who's the most, who's Black in America, and making sure that they're, sort of talking in this vernacular that makes it look like that they are in support.
Black American.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see a huge up.
Excuse me. We are Black American Negro freedmen, descendant of the emancipated. And these two here knew it all along. But they're running interference to flatten Blackness, to get our people to sheepwalk to the polls, to vote for their own ethnic cleansing in the country of their ancestors, our ancestors, because they want to destiny swap. They're paid highly well to run interference and get our people back on the demon rat plantation.
Tick in bot activity when it came to when Kamala Harris announced. It's like it just dropped like a bomb. It just happened really quickly, and she was accused of being not really Black, not
really Black. Like, and that kept going. You could see that happening. But actually, there was an uptick of those bots just before she was about to announce. So they were preparing for her announcement.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to show y'all. Don't get it twisted. These people are still on that nonsense. You see, they play white when it's convenient, and they play Negro when it's convenient. And at that time, we were the revolution had been social mediaized. We were joining forces all over the country. ADOS was a household name. We had made reparations the #1 priority. And Kamala came out and said she wasn't doing nothing specific for us. The most harmed and robbed and lynched group in the world. And so they decided to label us, who was doing the work, Russian bots. So now you see them talking all rough and tough and since Trump is going to do that, we demand reparations. Who is we? Ain't nobody French up in this piece. Who is we? The Congo, nobody in Africa who participated in the slave trade is owed our reparations. It's not going down like that. And we are here to run interference. I am here to find my tribe. The ones who ain't afraid of a revolution. The ones who ain't afraid of the fight, the war. To go to war with the Democratic Party who owes us after 60, 70 years of voting against our own interests based on their lies. Ayanna Pressley is doing the same thing. Want to bring up this empty bill of HR 40. They've known all along about this fund because Barack Obama used it first to spare the Indian farmers. Let's keep going. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Let me run my banner. Thank you in advance. Thank you for those of you who patronize the channel so I can keep going. You know I've been demonetized. I'm trying to get myself established so that I can run my show my way without all of this shadow banning over here. So those of you who contribute to the channel, you aid me in that way. And I thank you so much for your support. I got to wave that so y'all will know, so y'all can be reminded to like. Liking and sharing helps push me up in the algorithms, okay, y'all? And that's important because we need more people to find this messaging. Because what ends up happening, as you'll see in tonight's broadcast, as you'll see in my over 400 broadcast, When you vote the couch, you are playing Russian roulette. I'm sorry, you're playing Negro roulette with the line. There is, I want to say, 283 million of them and only 50 million of us. Immigrants. We're foundational in this country. They're not. So when they get angry with what Trump has done or pick a reason, they don't like the deportations, just pick a reason, they will start to vote in mass for the demon rats while our people are sitting the couch. And the fact that that came out in a recent report as the demon rats were boiling down what happened to them, please. It ain't new the Negroes vote the couch. The only time y'all really came out in droves was for Barack Obama, the Kenyan American he is. So let's not, they want to totally overlook the 28% of us who fight in the spirit of our ancestors who fought back, that went out here and protest, voted against the demon rats. They don't want to bring that up in the study. They want to talk about the ones who always ride the couch. That ain't nothing new. Our people stay politically lazy. And then they wonder why we're being pushed out of every place where we used to dominate. Because you keep voting for it or not. So anyway, that report would not deal with that part of the fact that 28% of our voter base voted against the demon rats for deportation, closed borders. And so when I do these broadcasts, it's to find more of my revolutionary tribe that's ready to get out here and return these missiles at the polls. Y'all should be at the primaries. Y'all should be at the midterms. Y'all should be at the generals in Obama-style numbers, because when you're not, there becomes an invasion of them sitting in office, not doing a damn thing for our group. They're doing nothing for our group, even as the CBC. They're doing everything for their own people. Let's continue. It's going to be a long night. I hope y'all got y'all libations, okay? Yeah. So don't fall for this nonsense from these folks acting and pretending like they about that Negro freedman life when they clearly are not. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm going to my next video. I want to do this. Birthday is still today. Oh my gosh, I gotta send him a happy birthday. Lord have mercy. Okay, thank you, Facebook. I want to take a little commercial here and give y'all a little bit of the history of Memorial Day being established by the Negro freedmen, okay? I'm just going to touch on it briefly here, just so y'all can have more to be proud about your lineage.
Happy Friday and happy Memorial Day weekend. As many prepare for cookouts, family gatherings, and the unofficial start of summer, I also want people to remember the deeper meaning of this holiday. Memorial Day was originally known as Decoration Day, and one of the earliest recorded celebrations was organized by formerly enslaved Black Americans in Charleston, South Carolina in 1865 to honor fallen Union soldiers. Foundational Black Americans have served in every war in the history of the United States, and our blood, sacrifice, labor, faith, and resilience are part of the very fabric and foundation of this nation. That is why it is important to truly know your history. I am proud to be an American and proud of the contributions our ancestors made to this country. As we enjoy this weekend, let us honor those who gave their lives in service to America. Rolanda Wilkins. Please like, subscribe, share, and follow. Happy Friday and happy Memorial.
Okay, y'all. Thank you. I just had to do that commercial break. You guys need to look up the history of how Memorial Day, everything great about this country is from the Negro line. We are the heart and soul and the moral compass in this country. And that's why I had to bring you this broadcast, because I see so much vitriol and hate from all these tethers that want our position while trying to sell us on going over to Africa. Okay? They want us in Africa to do for Africa what we did for this country. They want us to build Africa. Okay? That's what they want us to do. Because they're not offering us land. They're not offering us, well, I think they might give you a little citizenship, but what does it matter if they're not giving you reparations? All they're doing is their hands are out for our repair. So what they'll do is tether onto our never-ending Holocaust and pretend as if they're owed reparations. That's why 3 countries were against Ghana's president bringing a reparations claim. Y'all were complicit. And we're going to get into it. You're going to see some things tonight that's going to confirm for you, because y'all know I like to speak, and me and the ancestors like to cook through the other, people of our lineage, speaking truth to power in these very beautiful short videos. I'm going to be sharing a couple of really amazing women in the movement. Brooke out of New York and Jessica out of Chicago. It's my turn to highlight the way the Negro women are speaking up at these council meetings, at these task force hearings. You're going to see a lot of that tonight, and I'm going to continue to allow the ancestors to weigh in through me. Okay, so let's go. I just wanted to give that commercial. You guys should do your research and understand the history behind how Memorial Day was established. It started with us celebrating us. And like everything great and grand about the Negro, white folks co-opt and corrupt it and make it about them. So we have to constantly use our voices and our platforms to keep a big spotlight on who the real creators are in this country. Let's keep going. And then I've got a solution in the end that's going to require you email me. Because, I'm going to petition to get the reparations that Trump, let me just do that now. That reparations that Trump is giving the J6 settlers is for people who believe they're due a settlement because of the injuries from the government. Nobody in this country or in the world is owed more than the Negro freedmen are. So I'm putting together a case to be vetted by the advisors of that team to get us repair. Do that as a channel. Now, that's not going to give us the 6.2 quadrillion and greater that we're owed, but at least we can get them to run us some money, building a strong enough case. So if you'd like to be tied to that case as a class action, just send me a Gmail at the repperspect@gmail. The repperspect@gmail.com is scrolling in the description bar below. I'm putting a case together for that. And to appeal to these advisors and get a bunch of us on that action to demand that we get a piece of, I think it's in the billions that he's getting set aside. I have to look at the number. Maybe was it 107 million? I can't recall. Don't matter. If we got 100 grand out of the deal, that would be better than zero. So I'm trying. Okay. And if you want to be a part of that, put in the subject line, I'm writing to be put that you're Negro. Okay. That you're Black American Negro Freedman or FBA or ADOS, whichever one you want to put in the subject line, and that you want to be a party to the case that I'm going to position to the advisors. We're not going to a court, like it's not going to be a trial. They've got a team of advisors that are going to review every petition for those monies. So I'm going to petition for those monies. You can do is say no. So if you want to join me in those efforts, Gmail me, okay? The repperspect@gmail.com. Okay, let's keep going. Now, here is the disrespectful nonsense that our slave traders is on. Let me make myself small so y'all can see this nonsense. And I think this was established. This is how the Pan-Africans get in the way. This is called Juneteenth Return to the Motherland 2026. Now, you all know these panties have taken over all of our festivals since and before Juneteenth became a national celebration. Now they're siphoning more money instead of pouring money into festivals to help us as the foundational Black Americans in this country to magnify our fight and our messaging for reparations. They put together a tour, a return to the motherland. This has never been our motherland. The predominant of us was already here. And the rest came on slave ships from Africa. But you want to grift off of our grief and get folks to return to the motherland, which ain't our motherland because y'all sold us into slavery. They want you to come over there. It's 9 nights and 10 days. This is a pretty good price, $36.99 per person with double room occupancy without airfare. Well, okay, but it is 10 days. I don't think that that's too bad in terms of pricing. But why? When we've got heroes and sheroes and ancestors to celebrate in this country that our ancestors built with their very lives, why would I want to spend, roughly $7,000 between my flight and my stay and spending money to go to Ghana for Juneteenth? These are the very people who are making money in our communities because our government will give them lending to establish businesses in our communities and not give us those resources to own businesses like we once did in our own communities. This is why I've been calling for a national boycott of these people. You shouldn't be spending money with any immigrants in your communities. You should be looking for the Negro equivalent. And this has got to last longer than the Montgomery bus boycott, as far as I'm concerned. Till times get better for the Negro freedmen, we are to starve them out of existence in the U.S. I've shared with y'all several times, I've become a world-class cook because during the pandemic, I managed to master all of my favorites from all of these cultures that I enjoy eating. I've mastered Jamaican, the jerk, the curry. The oxtails is ours. But you can doctor them up and make it into a Jamaican cuisine. I've mastered Asian foods, garlic noodle and all manner of things that I love and enjoy. I've mastered Nigerian food. I like their fish stew with the fufu. You can do these things from home with the help of ScrewTube. You don't have to continue to patronize these businesses. When it comes to getting your hair braided, you can find Negro girls that know how to braid. We've been braiding since forever. Okay? We have been braiding since forever. You can give these young girls who need money the business instead of going over to these African shops where they're speaking in their own languages and being highly disrespectful to Black American Negro freedmen. Okay? So this is a disrespect we get in this country and abroad. These people want our position, and I'm here to tell you, y'all can't have it. And I'm exposing you every opportunity I get. This just oh, child, the ghetto. It really grinds my gears, okay? It really grinds my gears to see these opportunists. Let's keep going, because I done showed y'all before, but sometimes y'all need reminded, because repetition is the key to y'all's learning. So let me see if I can find that girl sitting up here talking about we are here to take. And that's exactly what these immigrants are here to do. I might be focused more so on the melanated ones because I want you to understand, and understand why we fight for delineation. Because flat blackness is used to ethnically cleanse us based on skin tone. These people never wanted to identify as Black American Negro freedmen. Well, I don't know about the Negro part, but they are leaning in these days. You got whole Somalis talking about being Black American and African American. You got Man Dummy talking about how he was named after African leaders and all this kind of nonsense going on, child, because they want to do it based on two things: where these people are from and skin tone. And like I said, our birth rates are down, our marriages are down. I think I'm going to deal with that one on next Sunday. Negro love, marriage, and babies is the real revolution. Because that's exactly what they attack. Whatever it is they attack, that's the very thing we need to be about. And whatever they embrace, that's the very thing we need to be against. Let's go. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. I'm going to keep showing y'all what the real dealio is over here with these immigrants. These are your enemies, and you have to treat them as such. They declared war on us, and we must return the missiles by no longer voting the couch, by no longer voting blue no matter who. We must protest vote. Just a second, y'all. I'm trying to find the video to remind you that these Africans and Caribbeans are here to take. I've shared this before, but repetition is the key to learning.
From any place that has resources, especially America, and not build.
Hold on, y'all. Let me back it up.
Here we have this African woman saying that all she does and her people do is take, take, and take from any place that has resources, especially America, and not build anything in it, more than her poor, failed country. Out of the horse's mouth.
That African people care about, including me myself. I come to your country. I don't care where it is. I am here to make money. That's just the sad reality. But it is the reality. Me as myself, when I went to Nairobi, when I lived in Kenya, I went to take. When I went to South Africa, I went to take. When I went to Dubai, I went to take. I did not go to build the countries, because in my country where I come from, I am poor, and I left my country because there's nothing for me to do. I didn't see any ways of getting rich in my country, so I decided to come to other countries to take, to do something for myself. So unfortunately, I can't tell my African American brothers and sisters that when African people come to America, expect them to build with you. No, we're here to take. We are here to take. The American government, like right now, it's welcoming immigrants like nobody's business. Every African person who is in a dire situation or who sees there's an opportunity for me to get a green card, they would do whatever it takes to come to America, knowing very well that the government right now is prioritizing foreigners instead of its own people, which is not my fault. My own business is to come there and grab whatever I can. And if your government is supporting me to take as much as I can, who am I to refuse? Who doesn't want to live in America? So don't be surprised when you see these African men or African women get with older men or older women just to get the green card. That is what we do because we are in a dire situation in our countries. So we are running away to come to your country so we can have a better life because, I mean, who does not know about the American dream? And then if we come and then Joe Biden pampers us and forgets that he has Democrats to take care of, it's none of our business. That's the reality. That's the reality. When we come there, don't expect us to build America for who? That's the reality. When we come there, don't expect us to build America for who? You have a lot we are here to take. That's the truth. And I know I might sound arrogant, but I'm not a person who sugarcoats the truth. So when we come to your countries, just know we are not here to have mercy on you. We are here to take.
But here you have this Nigerian guy, Shabozo, saying immigrants built this country. Sigh. Now listen to her take on why she thinks immigrants built America.
100% built America, and we should absolutely be giving them credit for that. I could literally give you 1,000 reasons why immigrants built America. They're responsible for the stagnation of minimum wage because they prioritize their small business tax cuts or cross-racial labor solidarity, fracturing the working class and blocking universal wage hikes. They're the architectures of Jim Crow. While the elites might have designed it, they enforced it daily. It was relied on their complicity and participation. They're the reason why we don't have universal health care, because they have historically aligned themselves with conservatives as a path to assimilation into whiteness. They're the reason why welfare programs have disappeared, because they keep perpetuating the bootstrap myth. They're the reason why Black communities are over-policed, because they keep perpetuating the model minority myth, and they keep pathologizing Black American behavior. And they're the reason for ICE, which was primarily staffed and built by first and second generation immigrants from militarized cultures. They are the co-creators of white supremacy. They absolutely deserve credit for that. You have helped build the exact system in which you are complaining about today. And the only reason that you're complaining now is because the benefits that you got from upholding the system are drying up. And now all of a sudden you don't see this country as such a great place, but it was great when Black people were the only people who were being harmed by it. But now that that harm is crossing over to everyone, now all of a sudden America is a fascist country. Please. This is absolutely the country that you built. You are 100% right. Immigrants built America. Everything with it, you helped build. You have consistently worked against Black people's fight for social equality and justice. Oh, yes, you built America. Congratulations. You ticking time bomb, and I will absolutely give you credit for that.
The Eve Way Productions.
Cotton on my back, numbers on a page, whole fortune made off a stolen age. Names in the grave, blood in a brick. They paved that road with a cruel, cold truth. Slaves built America, stone by stone, bare hands in the dust. Bones in the marrow of your tower, they tell you to trust. You call it history, I call it a debt that's past due. Slaves built America, say the words, don't dress it up. Auction in the sunlight, laughter in the stands. One man's weekend was another man's change. Fields turned to factories, whipped turned away. They just changed the language, kept the same old case. Slaves built America, stone by stone, bare hands in the dust. Bones in the marrow of your tower, they tell you to trust. You call it history, I call it a debt that's past due. Slaves built America, say the words, don't dress it up. From the shore to the ship to the grave, we see it. From the chain to the law to the cage, still breathing. If the house stands, then the hands don't matter. If the flag waves, hear the rustic clatter. Slaves built America, stone by stone, bare hands in the dust. Bones in the marrow of the tower, they tell you to trust. You call it history, I call it a debt that's past due. Slaves built America, say the words, don't dress it up. Say it loud.
up. Her name is Lord, it's small. The Eve Way. Hold on, y'all. Let me go back. Okay, the Eve Way -T RUTH. The Eve Way -Truth Speaks. Okay, shout out to that sister. That was a beautiful video. I had to step away momentarily to go to the ladies and get some water to keep going, y'all. It's gonna be a long night. Like any of our nights together are ever short. Oh Lord, that's because I can only come once a week, y'all. So I have to cram everything. Well, I can't cram everything in, y'all, but we gonna cover a lot of ground. And I just want to show you that if we don't fight for our history and our contributions to making the greatest country in the world, do you see how easy it is for this narrative to get out that immigrants built this country? They are going to do to our history. They're already doing it, sterilizing it and repositioning it. It's what is the word that I'm looking for, y'all? Lord have mercy. It's like a revisionist. Thank you, God. It's revisionist history is what's happening. This is no different than how they managed to give these Siberian-looking natives and these mestizo-looking natives and the whites on the Dawes rolls our Indian history. They have managed to call us everything but who we are in order to deny us what we are owed. You've got Seminoles and Cherokee Indians who are just now getting acknowledged as their lineage. But they've been denied since, I think it was, what was the year of that treaty that gave the Indians reparations, but the only ones you see really benefiting are the mestizo and Siberian looking ones and the white ones that bought into the heritage for $5 from the Dawes rolls. This is why they continuously change how we are recognized and identified. You don't see that happening with no other group. No other nationality of people has been renamed as many times as the Black American Negro freedman descendant of the emancipated. That is by design. And so we must continue to use our voices and our platforms to expose the lies. You see at the top of my broadcast when the commercial, the intro, where Joe Crow literally gives Mexicans credit for building this country. That's how easy it is prior to the advent of social media to lie and take credit for everything grand about us. There is no need for us to go anywhere while they are trying to get into this country to benefit off of our slave labor, our ancestors' heinous chattel slave labor. And so back to my earlier fight for the protest vote, when you vote the couch and you vote blue no matter protest vote, you are literally giving away your country to people who want to upend you and our justice claim. That's what you're doing. And my question to you, as I've asked in previous broadcasts, when the nation becomes California, where is the Negro going and with what? You had Joe Crow endorse Keisha Lance Bottoms. We know how she didn't hold them race soldiers accountable when they executed Rayshard Brooks over at the Wendy's. They got a whole cop city being built in Atlanta that a couple of people died trying to prevent that from happening. You got Raphael Gamaliel Warnock, I believe another tether, who is in the Senate over Ebenezer Church, established by, I think, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s father, literally walking over the homeless to get into the Ebenezer Church. His pockets are fully lined while not doing a damn thing for the Negro in that community that surrounds that church. It is really sad to see what Atlanta has become as it's being immigrant-gentrified. It's sad to see the homeless that are our people begging on the streets. They become beggars in the South. And niggerant Negroes want to keep voting blue no matter who, or voting the couch. Let's continue. I got too much to... let's continue. I just want to show you what is happening, how they're not only here to take, they want us leaving here and relocating there while not talking about the murders of our single Black women of all ages who go over there to try to reestablish themselves without any Negro man to give them cover. How they run in our people's pockets. It's 5 cents for them, 500 for us. And you get to see all of these politicians and actors and actresses who are getting paid by Africa to sell you on an African dream that will become your nightmare if you give up your position in this country. Let's continue. I'll be over to read your comments, co-host. I just got a lot. I got to get off my chest first. Just a second. Hold on, y'all. Let me go down. So this is where Ghana is fighting for reparations that the U.S. has denied. Hold on, y'all. They got the unmitigated gall to have become enriched. Let me see. I don't know if I want to share this one first. I want to try to find my baby Brooke. Hold on. Let me see. Let me stop that real quick, y'all. Yeah. They believe that they're owed reparations. So they want to be paid going and coming. Y'all want to be paid trading slaves. And y'all want to be paid reparations. And y'all want to tether onto our reparations fight, because I've never seen these people lean in as much as they have since we started speaking up and fighting for reparations all over the country. Let's hear from Brooke. Oh, no, let's hear from this gentleman here first. He's got a nice short. This is my guy. Hold on one second.
Percent American lineage.
Hold on,
base lineage rooted, right? American lineage.
On, y'all. That's not the beginning. Let me make myself. Oh, good. It's smaller. Okay, y'all. Where'd he go? Lord of mercy. I got so much open to share.
Y'all seen that Ghana president in New York begging for reparations for the transatlantic slave trade? You know who else backed him? Al Sharpton and the Black Caucus. Listen to this.
Reverend Al Sharpton, thank you for joining us at the African Burial Grounds this morning. Thank you very much. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus are here. Let's recognize you. Thank you very much.
Check this out. Al Sharpton is a Cherokee. Look, they said that, his lineage is complex. Isn't all Black Americans' lineage complex? But one thing about it is 100% American lineage based, lineage rooted, right? And the Black Caucus, what are you doing advocating to give reparations to foreigners, to some
because they are foreigners themselves, sir.
Immigrants like this, they're foreigners to me. The Black Caucus and the African Union is a match made in heaven because they absolutely do nothing for the people they represent. Look at Africa, and the Africans in Africa is in shambles. And why y'all not in the UAE? Why y'all not asking the Arabs for reparations? Because they're dragging Africans like left and right. Look at Sudan. Look, the Arabs funded what's going on in Sudan. All those unalivings. Yeah. And they still selling Africans in the Middle East today. Why they not up there in the the UAE? Why they not up there asking those leaders for reparations? That's actually taking those atrocities is happening against their very own people. Right. But anyway, America was like, look at this. America's like, yeah, y'all can miss us with that reparation stuff. We're not giving y'all reparations. Black Americans been fighting for reparations since the 1800s. Shout out to Cali and your boy Isaiah. Black Americans been fighting for reparations since the 1700s. Now, Callie House and Isaiah Dickerson was like one of the first movements for reparations, like as a collective whole. You have individuals that won their reparation cases successfully, like Belinda Sutton. Yeah, Belinda Sutton was one of the earliest known petitioners that was successful, and this happened in 1783. Then you had Queen Mother Moore. She had her reparation movement from 1920s to the 1990s. That was similar to Callie House and Isaiah. Then you had Henrietta Wood.
Yeah.
Y'all seen that Ghana president in New York begging for reparations?
Give him a follow. He's brilliant too. Definitely give him a follow, y'all. Hold on. I got to show y'all this nonsense going on. Yeah. Ghana's got the unmitigated gall to be fighting for reparations, for transatlantic slave trade that they participated in with the colonizer. Now they want our repair, and they're using our never-ending Holocaust to get the payday for themselves. It's no different, y'all. It's no different than these Pan-Africans who have invaded all of our task force hearings. They are sitting on these task force and are running interference when it comes to us fighting for lineage-based cash reparations exclusively for Black American Negro freedmen, descendant of the emancipated. These Pan-Africans are on these task force. That's why you see we got nothing coming, because they're pushing to do race-based reparations based on racism. Whole different fight. But they're doing that because they are of the mindset that we either get cut into what y'all are owed, or we're going to make sure you don't get a copper coin. These are immigrant tethers, y'all, that are doing this to keep Ben F tied to the bottom of the Titanic. This is by design. They're all in on it. They're all complicit. They all want our position, y'all. Y'all need to wake up and get out here and protest, vote against it, and boycott all of their businesses. Find Negro-owned and operated businesses to do business with. You must stop feeding the people who are looking and complicit with the government to ethnically cleanse us and our justice claim. You must stop. And you must tell everybody you know to stop it as well. Let's continue.
Say first, thank you to the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, for hosting today's wreath laying. Ghana is a nation that holds deep meaning for me. My father gave me the middle name Kwame after Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana, a leader who fought for freedom.
Nothing but immigrants, nothing but tethers.
Ronnie Williams, I saw you earlier. You don't speak for us because you don't have our blood. Al Sharpton, you have our blood, but you still don't speak for us. You are a shakedown artist, a preacher without a church. You don't speak for us.
Oh, yeah.
Who else? Is that Clark?
Yeah,
you might have been voted in, but you wasn't voted in by us, and you don't speak for us. And that's why we're going to make sure that you lose all these extra bodies that you put on the.
Shout out to my baby Brooke. They are doing amazing work in New York, fighting for our repair. Now, what you just, hold on, y'all. What y'all just bore witness to was Brooke giving them that work. She was giving them that work down there at the African burial ground. Okay. She's down there giving them that work at the African burial ground where our ancestors are buried. They are down there putting up, these wreaths and different things. And pretty much it's a huge disrespect for these tethers. You saw Mondami invoking Africa. He was able to get his education in this country, marking the box African American. This is why we delineate. Shout out to Albert Joseph. He says, I'm a first-time listener. You came up on my feed. I am a senior citizen FBA male. I love to see FBA females on board with the movement. Keep putting the truth out here. Well, thank you very much, Albert Joseph. I appreciate your comment, and I will be over to read the rest of y'all. I just saw that pop up. I love newcomers. Make sure you give it a like and share and subscribe and turn on your notifications. Thank you so much. I've been in this fight since being a co-founder of the former ADOS movement. So I got nothing but love for everyone that bleeds chattel slavery, no matter what acronym you fall under. And I got nothing but love for our allies. So there that is. So let me go back to the text. But Brooke was giving him that work because they are down there desecrating the grounds that our ancestors, our ancestors' bones are buried, pretending to give a damn about our plight in this country. They, along with the demon rats, you heard her calling out Yvette Clark, who is of Jamaican descent, and she is the head of the Congressional Black Caucuses that I affectionately call them. Nothing but tethers. Thanks to the Negro vote. The Negro got lazy and allowed these folks into power, political power, based on skin tone, voting for identity and respectability politics to our own ethnocide. So Brooke and them are fighting the panties in New York who are sitting on that task force trying to do race-based reparations. So she showed up at this ceremony where all these tethers was out to give them that work. And I want to show you a little bit more of her right now, putting in the work, because I just love seeing us do the damn thing in a major way. FBA versus Ghana at the New York City Negro burial ground ceremony. Excuse me, I said African. This is the Negro burial ground ceremony. Okay, hold on. And if you want to help out, She's got a lot of calls to action. Send your emails to the address there, and you can see all the calls to actions to copy and paste the emails where they are fighting and demanding that the reparations based, if anything is to come of it, okay? But she's putting up a really great fight, and I love this young sister. I love to see our youth showing up and showing out because they understand the stakes are high. They understand and understand and overstand that if they don't fight, it will be the end of the line. Let's go.
And it shows every day. We can tell when Yvette Clarke sits up there and fights for everybody but us. We can tell that you ain't our kinfolk. When you sit there and you see our people struggling and suffering, but you're sitting there giving $10 billion to people who have never paid one penny into this tax system. But you don't care. I see you laughing, and I hope the ancestors come up from the ground and tear your ass up. I am so sick of y'all.
Isn't that what Reginald Jones Sawyer did to the Negro freedmen who went to Sacramento? Shout out to Chris from CJEC. They went up to Sacramento to force the California Legislative Black Caucus to bring our reparations bills to the floor. And Reginald Jones Sawyer was one of them coons. I do believe he's Negro. He was in bed with Don Tamaki and Cheryl Grills and what's that other girl, that other Black woman's name who's an immigrant? Lisa. Was it Lisa something? I can't recall. The long story short. Ooh, y'all, the ghetto. Your sister's tired. But we gonna get through this line. We gonna finish eating this elephant one bite at a time. I beg your patience. It's tied up, okay? Lisa, I can't think of her last name. But she was an immigrant. Cheryl Grills was in charge of NARC. She was, and here they were sitting on our task force. They had us go away for 2.5 years to study our repair. We bring back 1,200 pages worth of harms. And the California Legislative Black Caucus was pretending to be about that reparations life until we got up to Sacramento, the capital. I wasn't there until our collective, our contemporary grassroots reparations movement, they went up on the hill to make sure the California Legislative Black Caucuses brought our bills to the floor for a vote. They refused to do so because they got in bed with Governor Newsom, okay? They got in bed with Governor Newsom, and Governor Newsom said, don't let those bills come to the floor because I don't want to have to veto them while we're trying to get Skamala elected. This is how you know that this is what kind of time these demon rats are on. They'll use our never-ending Holocaust to pretend to give a damn, send us away to study a thing that don't require a study, as Donald Trump just exhibited, tapping into the same justice fund that Barack Obama used to make these Siberian natives whole, their farmers whole, with that justice fund that we're going to tap into. We never needed these studies. We never needed the demon rats to get it done. The money's already there. Anywho, I digress. But when these California Legislative Black Caucus refused to bring the bills to the floor, and a Republican Bill Assailing challenged them and told Isaac Bryant to bring the bills to the floor, he started trying to divert attention away and tried to bring up everything but the reparations bills. They ran the clock on those bills, never brought them to the floor. And as they were leaving, in the same way Brooke is screaming on them for laughing at our plight, Reginald Jones Sawyer laughed in the faces of the CJEC coalition and everybody who took off of work to make their way to the Capitol to fight for repair. This is a blatant disregard and disrespect. And when these tethers, let me help you understand something. The government don't bring Negro lovers to this country to ally with us. They purposely and intentionally bring people that look like us because the goal is to erase and replace our lineage based on skin color. They bring the most hostile of them. And instead of our people running for office, they're starting to now, but over 50% of the Black caucus is tethered. They are now tethered, and they're in a position to fight for immigrants, not the Negro. And so this is what they're doing to our youth who are out here telling them to stop disrespecting our ancestors. They're not African, they're Negro. Let's keep going.
We are not the only people. We are sick of it. We are tired of you disrespecting our ancestors and disrespecting us now in the present. We are sick and tired of it. You are disrespectful. We told you we don't like what you're doing, and you continue to do it. Don't you feel uncomfortable? You flew your ass all the way over here to be disrespectful on top of somebody else's grave. Now imagine if I came to Ghana and I just pissed all over your ancestors' graves. How would you feel about that? How would you feel about that? You wouldn't like it, but you feel the need to come over here and do what you're doing in the name of what? You are not our friends. You are not our family, because our friends and family will respect our ancestors' graves. But that's not what you're doing, is it? You're doing whatever the hell you want to do, and to us, be damned. And this is why we are tired of it. And this is why we delineate. This is why all you're doing is giving us fuel and letting us know what we must do. And the path that we are on is righteous. You are disrespectful, continuing on with this ceremony on, and how many of you are even foundational Black Americans that are over there? Probably none. But you are standing on our ancestors' bones. I'm telling you this again. You are standing on our ancestors' bones. And that's why we are tired of it. You can sit there and just stand there on our ancestors' grave. That's our people, not your people.
You hear him playing the taps. If you want to help out our baby Brooke and their fight, make sure you lift the email. Go back and watch it, and then you can lift the email, because I got to keep going. I ain't got time to even type it in.
So low, you can't get under it. So high, you can't get over it. We gon' break it down.
Let's go! Yes, baby!
Here's a chance to dance away out of our constriction, out of our constriction.
mothership docks. We're rhythm on our side, we cannot be stopped. And as planetary citizens, listen, we are not CYX or the next generation. We are the continuum, searching with urgent patience. More than millennials, we are perennial emeralds. Glistening, listening to ethical generals. Embracing notes from Grace Lee's scroll. As these days unfold, we make broken streets whole. Resilience means brilliance, the key is children. Tomorrow is promised, cause we intend to build it. We a community of beauty and passion. Endeavor to fashion what the elders imagine.
That wasn't supposed to be a part of the night's broadcast. But the ancestors wanted the babies to cook because they needed me to calm the hockey sticks down over here, okay? Woo, that was good for me. I hope it was good for y'all. I needed that commercial break just to decompress from the puckery. Let's keep going. This is my baby Brooke again. Her testimony is Staten Island. It's just, let's just show this baby get all the way down with the facts at their reparations hearing. Oh, I was playing my lo-fi music underneath it, y'all, because, you know, they may copyright strike it, and I don't need no strikes, child, the ghetto. Anyway, let's go. Let me show this one. Brooke at the reparations hearings, cooking with the ancestors.
When we look at the 1700s and the 1800s census records, it becomes clear who was actually here during the era of American slavery. Reparations are not about creating communal abundance. They are about rectifying and repairing the specific harms of slavery and the systems that allowed it. There is only one group whose ancestors were present for everything Debbie and Paige lectures about: the full arc of American chattel slavery. The need to buy and mortgage family members is a peculiar practice that only happened here. So is the racial terror that followed and the legal exclusion that lasted for generations. This was unique to this soil, and it happened to a specific lineage. It is not everyone's history, and that is why it is not everyone's to claim it. During the draft riots, whose ancestors were here? Who endured the racial climate of that era? Whose ancestors are buried in those historical burial grounds tied to slavery in this city? Definitely not Sheila Jackson Lee's. Her ancestors are buried in the Caribbean, and I would assume in Jamaica, where we are the descendants of American freedmen, not people whose families chose to immigrate to America later. So the psychological harms of lynching and racial terror were imprinted on us. Redlining is a form of the badges and incidents of slavery, not a random policy. It was a continuation of the same using new tactics. And before the 1960s, before we fought for equality and in immigration policies, the Afro-immigrant population in the United States was statistically tiny, less than 1% of the Black population nationwide. That matters because reparations must be tied to the people who were actually harmed, not to those who arrived after the fight for equality opened the doors. I'm glad General Counsel Attorney Sneed Williams is here
here. She was present when her husband, Jumaane Williams, asked to be included in the claims his ancestors were not present for. That request showed a misunderstanding of constitutional law, and she was also present when Camilla Moore Esquire laid out a constitutional framework in detail. I hope she uses her legal expertise to explain to her husband constitutional law. Dr. Malveaux mentioned the billions of dollars. Meanwhile, this city spent $10 billion on illegal. No commission, no studies, no lineage requirement. But when it comes to the people whose ancestors built this country, suddenly everyone wants to claim make our claim unconstitutional.
Please.
Let's keep going, y'all. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. I am sharing with you our sisters who are cooking, fighting for the people, fighting for our people to get lineage-based cash reparations out of the clutches of these others who want the destiny swap. We're not having it. Let's keep going. These are some of the highlights of Brooke, our baby Brooke, fighting for lineage-based cash reparation.
I didn't think y'all was gonna let me speak, okay? Reparations are not about redlining or gentrification. These are symptoms. The root cause is slavery. The harm to freedmen in New York City began with chattel slavery and wounds that remain open. Let's be clear. Puerto Ricans were enslaved by Spain. Jewish people were persecuted by Germany, and Caribbean nations were colonized by various European powers. But only Black Americans were enslaved on this soil by this government, and for centuries it was enshrined in law. Today, someone mentioned Haitians migrating after the revolution. What they didn't mention is that Black collaborators who sided with the French were being killed by the formerly enslaved in Haiti. Those who escaped fled with their white owners and lovers to Louisiana, where they owned plantations, enslaved people under a different legal system. That group owes reparations too. Yet we're constantly told to unify behind struggle narratives that erase ours. In 1951, Ricky Ricardo, a Hispanic man, was married to a white woman on national TV. Meanwhile, Black entertainers couldn't even use the same bathrooms as their white colleagues. In a 1963 article in the Negro Digest by Lennox, I think I got that name wrong, by Lennox, describes how West Indian immigrants were treated better and given more opportunities than foundational Black Americans. Some were even classified as white.
Shirley Chisholm, who ran for president, said the same thing, y'all. That Black immigrants, including her, were given preferential treatment over the Negro. That's how far back this has been going. That's how far back this government has been leveraging and weaponizing immigration against the Negro to keep us bottom cast on this Titanic.
He cited a Trinidadian who was given a home loan, then refused to rent to Black Americans, mirroring America's exclusion of the freedmen. The book Back of the Hiring Line by Roy Beck outlines how immigration surges over 200 years created a loose labor market, suppressing wages and blocking Black Americans from economic mobility. It highlights how immigration policies have widened the racial wealth gap. Even Frederick Douglass and Barbara Jordan supported tighter labor migration to protect Black workers. Now we hear talk of co-ops and housing opportunities, but as recent testimonies have shown, Black New Yorkers have already been displaced. So who are these co-ops for? They not restoring what was taken from the freedmen. To this commission, if you were truly interested in studying history, please hold a hearing presentation on how immigration has harmed foundational Black Americans. Too often, other groups benefit from our struggle, then move on while we remain stuck. I've watched y'all nonprofits spin y'all heels, report.
Next, we have Brooke.
Is Brooke here?
Let's keep going, family. Yes, you see our baby cooking, dropping facts, dropping the history of how we got here. Yeah. So I just am trying to highlight some of the greats that are out here putting in the real work. These are our unsung heroes tonight. I've showed you some of our heroes in previous broadcasts like Melrose and Black Alpha Network. There's plenty more. I showed you last week where they showed up at Lord, what's the man's last name? He's running for governor. He was running for president back when Marion Williamson was running. Tom Steyer, thank you, ancestors. I showed y'all where there were a bunch of Negroes who went down and screamed so tough at Tom Steyer's campaign rally, it drove him up out of the neighborhood. They didn't come to play. They ended up calling the cops on those young brothers and sisters, and there was not a Negro amongst them. Nothing but Latinas on the force. That's what happens when you vote the couch. That's what happens when you vote Demon Rat. You do so to the ethnic cleansing of your people who will be legislated out of the state if y'all continue this nonsense and not take up for my protest vote against the Demon Rats in the same way they tried to coerce us in voting against the Republican clans and Trump. Let's keep going. Stand by, y'all. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. Where's my baby Jessica? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. My apologies. I got a lot of videos open. Here's some more tethers. This guy is Coleman Hughes. Now, when we, as the former ADOS movement, started fighting hard for reparations, that's when Sheila Jackson Lee, the late Jamaican Sheila Jackson Lee, decided to take HR 40 off the shelves. Okay? They decided to take HR 40 off the shelves and dust it off. Okay? I do believe the creator of the HR 40 was John Conyers. But once they got a hold of it, I don't recall, but it went through some transformation once the tethers got a hold of it. And so we were screaming about reparations so tough that they pretended to give a damn and held, this is one of the first hearings that they had on it after, we went to Washington demanding reparations. They finally held a hearing, but they bought in tethers like this guy right here who is, I think he's Afro-Latina, I think. But anyway, they bring tethers in to these hearings to talk against the reparations. So let's listen to what he's got to say about it. I already know, because I remember all this nonsense going down, but y'all don't know, especially the newcomers. Y'all might not know this kind of stuff is going down.
Nothing I'm about to say is meant to minimize the horror and brutality of slavery and Jim Crow. Racism is a
but get over it. That's the common theme amongst these tethers.
Bloody stain on this country's history, and I consider our failure to pay reparations directly to freed slaves after the Civil War to be one of the greatest injustices ever perpetrated by the U.S.
Yeah, it's a great injustice, especially given that you paid reparations to our slave owners.
Government. But I worry that our desire to fix the past compromises our ability to fix the present. Think about what we're doing today.
Here comes the class-based policies which don't fix the egregious racial wealth gap leveled at Negroes exclusively in the country of our ancestors.
Spending our time debating a bill that mentions slavery 25 times, but incarceration only once, in an era with no black slaves, but nearly 1 million black prisoners. A bill that doesn't mention homicide.
Yeah. So you talk about 1 million in prison and incarcerated, but you talk about 49 million of us that are not, who are losing in every metric of society that's been engineered by our government and these kinds of tethers alike.
Once, at a time when the Center for Disease Control reports homicide as the #1 cause of death for young black men.
Now, this is where flat blackness does not tell the truth. A lot of the violence and black on black crime, we can't even delineate to tell who it's coming from. I'm going to show you one such young man who's got immigrant parents who was in the music industry and cut up this Mexican girl and put it in the trunk of his Tesla while he went on tour singing about it. This is the problem when you flatten blackness in this country. We, as Black Americans, get the blame for their heinous crimes and murders and diabolical music and films and their whole diabolical industries that they bring over here. Hello, Asians who bring in sex trades through these little bathhouses, or what are they called? These are massage parlors and carrying on. Prior to this government bringing in this kind of madness, didn't have this kind of madness. This was not what we were on. Our music was nothing like what it's morphed into. And when you look at the history of that music, you'll get to see it's a bunch of tethers who came over here with their diabolical nature from their countries and imported it here, and then Black Americans get blamed for black on black crimes, for black on black murders, for the whole culture. This is what happens when you allow these anti-Negro tethers to come into this country and you plop them into our communities. Then we have to eat all the nonsense that they're the ones bringing into the country. That's not who we are fundamentally as a people. Just how long have we been blamed for this kind of stuff when you got people in Chicago where you brought in all these illegals and crime and murders are gone through the roof, while the demon rats give a revolving door to them and put them back on the streets to harm our people? That's not us doing that. So how long has this been going on that it's been them, but we've been blamed and accused for it? Let's continue.
I'm not saying that acknowledging history doesn't matter. It does. I'm saying there's a difference between acknowledging history and allowing history.
Now you see Karen Bass, who is down here fighting for her Mexican side, who's about to get the brakes beaten off of her, my hope and my solemn prayer, for the mayoral race from Spencer Pratt, putting in work. He's a reality TV star whose home burned down in the Palisades. I'm going to bring you some of his funnies, probably, I don't know, the next broadcast, because I got too much to get through here. But these are the type of people who look like us, and this is why flat blackness is a problem. This woman has Hispanics all through her culture, and that is who she fights for as the mayor. As our people suffer the highest rates of legislation out of the state, the highest rates of homelessness, the highest rates of unemployment, underemployment. Let's continue. But she's at the hearings about our repair.
To distract us from the problems we face today.
Now, let me add this before I forget. Thank you, ancestors. Do know, I don't give a damn if you're BIPOC or biracial. You are who you fight on the behalf of. You are who you fight on the behalf of. So don't come to me talking about, oh, they got one Negro parent. I give 0 damns. You are whom you fight for. This is how we lost the war down here in California. All these nignogs getting in bed with these foreigners and can't really fight full-chested for Black women and children. Because you looking down at the face of a Becky, Ling Ling, or a Maria. You are who you lay with, and you are who you fight for. Let's continue.
In 2008, the House of Representatives formally apologized for slavery and Jim Crow. In 2009, the Senate did the same.
We can't eat your apologies.
Black people don't need another apology. We need safer neighborhoods and better schools.
Don't he sound just like Kenyan American Barack Obama?
We need a less punitive criminal justice system. We need affordable health care. And none of these things can be achieved through
affordable health care, not the free health care they give to these illegals. At my expense, at the taxpayer's expense, and every democratically ran city and state in the country. Protest vote, family.
reparations for slavery. Nearly everyone close to me told me not to testify today. They told me that even though I've only ever voted for Democrats, I'd be perceived as a Republican and therefore hated by half the country.
This is what I'm talking about. When y'all vote the couch and you vote blue no matter damn who, you are assisting the likes of these people to sit up and speak on behalf of what we are owed. This is all by design and engineered by our government. It is going according to their plans. Let's continue.
Others told me that by distancing myself from Republicans, I would end up angering the other half of the country. And the sad truth is that they were both right. That's
we give zero damns about who you anger.
How suspicious we've become of one another.
Let's keep going. Here's another coon, another tether, Candace Owens, speaking against reparations. This is what happens when you don't protest vote. You allow these people to have the loudest voice in the room, to drown out the Negro voices that are owed these reparations.
I do not think that we deserve reparations for slavery. I was never a slave in this country. And I think that the idea, if you think that—
So why are you saying we?
You're going to get more than $200 from the government, okay? This entire debate is just, it's a joke, okay? It's never going to happen. Do you think that we're the only group, I'm just going to ask you this question, that has had something awful happen to them in this country? What about the Jewish people? Should they get reparations for the—
Excuse me, Barack Obama, Kenyan American, gave the Jewish people, I want to say over 12 million for a Holocaust that we didn't participate in, even though the Holocaust was inspired by what this country was doing to the Negro. Miss Caribbean.
For the Holocaust? And do you understand how slippery of a slope is when you start saying reparations? It's the beginning of humanity. The slave trade used to be legal. In the UK, they decided to give reparations when they abolished it.
So that justifies it because it was legal?
Who they gave reparations to? The slave owners. Because black people were their property legally. It was legal, right? So when they got rid of it, they gave—
So let's justify giving the reparations to white folks because it was legal to use us as chattel to build the wealthiest country in the world and allow all y'all to come over here and to become more American than us while we say tether to the bottom of this Titanic called America with 3 Ks. That's not how any of this is going to work. Candace Owens.
Them reparations. The point is that no matter where you go in history, someone was oppressed. You cannot look to correct history by thinking that you're going to get a small check, because every single person in this room would get a check.
We're not talking about a small check. We're talking about 6.2 quadrillion as the floor for reparations since the country was formed. At 3 cents an hour, working 18 hours a day. That was Thomas Kramer's number. I think that's the man's name. We have not even added to the 6.2 quadrillion Jim Crow and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their very lives, Miss Kundis. But let me let you continue.
It's just a means for them to seize you emotionally and make you think that you deserve something or you're going to get something. And if they actually factually did it, it would probably amount to $400 and you couldn't even spend it at a club on a weekend. I do not think that we deserve reparations for slavery. I was never a slave in this country. And I think that the idea, if you think that you're going to get more than two.
Let's continue. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. This is the way the messaging goes viral, y'all. Here's Obama bringing justice to Native American farmers of the white persuasion, not the Negro.
Accuse the agricultural department.
Hold on.
And the Obama administration's announced plans to spend up to $760 million to compensate Native American farmers for long-term discrimination. And
not a copper-colored one up here. Isn't that who Columbus said he saw? Folks that look like me and you? Not one copper-colored looking Native American up here. These are the Siberians, the mestizos, the whites who bought our lineage for $5. That your Kenyan American president who told you no to reparations decide he gonna do for these. And not us. Millions of dollars. But we were a no to our repair.
Receiving government loans. The settlement comes in the Keep Siegel case, which accused the Agricultural Department of denying thousands of loans to Native Americans while approving loans for white farmers and ranchers between 1981 and 1999. A similar settlement was reached for African American farmers earlier this year, but Republicans have blocked the funds.
Now,
and the Obama administration.
Did you hear her? This is the rub with the demon rats. They love trying to push our shit through Congress where they know they can't get nothing done. But these quote unquote Native Americans have been paid through the very justice fund that Trump is about to pay out to the J6 insurrectionists hundreds of millions of dollars. He could have done that for black farmers, but no, he did it. Obama, that is, Kenyan American Obama did it for these white Native Americans that have stolen our lineage while telling us no to reparations. Let's keep going. This is him at Morehouse telling us to pull ourselves up by our bootless straps. That's all we got from this coon-ass Kenyan American tether.
Nobody is going to give you anything that you have not earned. Nobody cares how tough your upbringing was. Nobody cares if you suffered some discrimination. Nobody is going to give you anything that you have not earned. Nobody cares how tough your upbringing was. Nobody cares if you suffered some discrimination. Nobody is going to give you anything.
Yeah. We voted his bitch ass in for 2 terms. And niggerate Negroes still run around here like he they damn Jesus. I showed this at the top of the last broadcast, but it bears repeating.
African American community. Why not say then, this is for you? This African American community. Why not say then, this is for you? This is for African Americans. If there was a banking crisis, then you target money for the banks. If there was a national disaster, you target your money for the national for disaster relief.
That's not how America works. We want to give those young people and young Native Americans like them the support they deserve. We have to invest in, believe in them, and love them.
Why not target the African American community? Why not say then, this is for you? This is for African Americans.
That's not how America works.
President Barack Obama has begun new initiatives aimed at helping young American Indians or Native Americans overcome the many challenges they face, from poverty to substance abuse.
Why not target the African American community? Why not say then, this is for you? This is for African Americans.
That's not how America works. And few have been more marginalized and ignored by Washington for as long as Native Americans, our first Americans.
Why not target
the Negro?
Robert Howes of Cleveland. Howes pleaded guilty to terrorizing homeowners in Gates.
That's your first black president. Here to run interference and make sure we never get up off this bottom. So he thought. Now, I want to start showing you some things where flat blackness can hurt us. This is South Florida Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, a whole tether who was indicted in a FEMA fraud case. This is what they do, and because she's got skin that looks like ours, she falls under the fraud for Black Americans to get all this heat on us, on our lineage, from the fraud that's committed by these tethers that come into this country and get position in politics because of the Negro vote.
Right now at 11, we begin with breaking news. South Florida Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick facing alarming allegations tonight.
Sherfilis McCormick, who represents parts of Broward and Palm Beach counties, is being charged with stealing millions of dollars from FEMA. She's also accused of using some of that money to help her political campaign back in 2021. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Lauren Pastrana.
And I'm Elliot Rodriguez. CBS News Miami's Abby Dodge is joining us live from outside the U.S. Attorney's Office in Miami with more details. Abby?
Well, this is just the latest legal battle that the Congresswoman has found herself wrapped up in. A former federal prosecutor tells me there is much more information that the public needs to see. 46-year-old Democratic Representative Sheila Sherfilis McCormick from Miramar is now facing several charges related to her family's healthcare company. The indictment says the charges stem from a $5 million FEMA overpayment back in 2021. It alleges the Congresswoman, family members, and business associates stole extra funds and ran them through multiple sources to disguise the source, then used some of that money to help finance her 2021 congressional campaign. Former federal prosecutor David Weinstein says more details about the representative's alleged role and how it may relate to other COVID relief cases will become clearer once the full indictment is released.
Certainly, the more the facts come out, the better we'll be able to gauge whether or not there was any misconduct.
Weinstein says cases involving the misuse of COVID-19 funding are similar to the Medicare and bank fraud crises of the past.
What happens is that these dollars go out, and when they're being sent out, nobody's really paying attention to who applied for them, why they applied for them, and it's not until afterwards when they start doing accounting and they figure out that they've misappropriated these funds that they then try to turn it around.
In Sherfilis McCormick's case, there are also charges related to her tax filings. The indictment says the Congresswoman and her tax preparer falsely claimed political spending and other personal expenses as business deductions and inflated charitable contributions to reduce her tax obligations. The U.S. Attorney General called the representative's actions a selfish and cynical crime. Now, the Congresswoman could face up to 53 years in prison if convicted, and she is now in Washington, D.C., hopefully making her way back to South Florida to face a judge sometime before Monday. At the latest, we have reached out to her and her team and are waiting to hear back. Live in Miami, Abby Dodge, CBS News, Miami.
This is why we fight for reparations, delineation, y'all. Because we as a collective get blamed for this debauchery, this fraud, this whorish behavior, this criminal behavior, this murdering behavior. Under flat blackness, we get blamed for that. Let's keep going. I got more to share. Now, this man, these white folks didn't even vet. They allowed him, this immigrant, to be, this tether, to be the superintendent of Iowa's largest public school system. Ian Roberts didn't vet his ass at all.
The case of an Iowa school official who is facing deportation from the United States. Federal law enforcement officials say Ian Roberts was in the country illegally. He's been in custody since last Friday. Roberts resigned as superintendent of the Des Moines, Iowa school district after his arrest. There was an outpouring of support from the 30,000 student district. But as Lana Zach reports, many are rethinking their support as new details of Roberts' past are coming to light.
Des Moines' former superintendent is in more hot water, and many of his initial supporters are now turning away.
If we knew what we knew now, he would never have been hired.
The school board announced they are suing the search firm that recommended Ian Roberts.
The firm failed its duty to properly vet candidates. Ian Roberts should have never been presented as a finalist.
Last Friday, after Roberts was arrested by federal immigration agents, the public was informed that he had overstayed a student visa issued in 1999, and rallies were held in support of the immigrant from Guyana.
Even if everything they said is true, it does not mean that he should be kidnapped and deported.
But less than a week later, there is now a criminal charge. Law enforcement say they found one gun in his school-issued vehicle and 3 additional firearms in his home. It is a federal offense to possess firearms without legal immigration status. The Department of Homeland Security went even further yesterday, alleging Roberts had a, quote, long record of criminal conduct, including 2 previous weapons charges and a narcotics charge. There was also a...
But he gets hired to earn multiple 6 figures while the Negro is told you've got to know Spanish just to get a job interview.
Restraining order issued against Roberts in 2023.
When he applied, I'm assuming they checked all his credentials.
At a town hall Thursday, even supporters wanted answers.
Where was the ball dropped at?
That one is going to require us to get through a lot of litigation before we...
Because he's immigrant and he can mark the box African American. And they're impressed with these lion-ass tethers about their education that they lie about. I'm going to show you these Chinese that got caught up lying momentarily.
We can answer that.
There are multiple accusations that Roberts falsified his resume. According to documents obtained by the Associated Press, he did not have a doctorate from Morgan State University, but from Trident International, an online for-profit institution. MIT says they have no record of him attending for an MBA program, and George Washington University has no record of a Principal of the Year award.
But he gets to be superintendent, making multiple 6 figures in the very white Iowa. We have no friends.
Still, Roberts' attorneys are urging the public to reserve judgment.
Immigration
If he were Negro, this would have never occurred.
law in the United States is a very complex set of facts. The times I've met with him and shared with him, he's one of the most gracious, courteous human beings I have ever seen.
You see these cooning-ass ninjas sitting up here defending this nonsense because he dresses the part and is gracious. It warrants hiring him.
The educator the community knew at odds with the allegations he faces. For CBS Saturday Morning, Lana Zach, Iowa City.
Let's keep going.
So Des Moines.
Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. This is the kind of nonsense they're importing under the guise of Black and African American, y'all. This is why you must protest vote against the demon rats. You must do it. You can't sit the couch. Stand by. More to share. I'm delineating up in this piece today. Let's talk about these Chinese Lying ass dummies. Let's talk about it. Hold on.
Chinese students, once praised for their academic excellence, are now grappling with challenges at U.S. universities. Brace yourself for the startling reality. A staggering 8,000 Chinese students were expelled from American schools in 2014. The reasons? Poor grades and cheating, according to the education consultancy HOLOCAUST. This shift from diligent learners to wealthy cheaters raises concerns
Your model minorities.
about the quality of education in China. Critics argue that China's remarkably low university dropout rate of 3% is a facade, with lenient grading influenced by demanding entrance exams. Plagiarism is also rampant and largely unchecked. In fact, parents protested anti-cheating measures during the Gaokao, China's college entrance exam. Recent incidents of Chinese nationals attempting to scam standardized tests further highlight the struggles faced by Chinese students studying abroad. Chinese students, once praised for their academic excellence.
See, this is what they like to run on the Negro. They want you to buy into the bullshit hype that you somehow lazy, no good, no count, don't want to work, dumb. Only right for enslavement in the private prison industrial complex. When we're the geniuses that are responsible for the largesse of the inventions that make this country great. The patents have been stolen from us. Our intellectual property has been stolen from us since slavery, when our ancestors were creating. Just look it up. I don't have time to go through every invention, but we are largely the ones that have done it. But they want you to believe that these immigrants are smarter than you. And I mean all 283 million of them, including the white ones, who also lie, steal, rob, cheat, pay whomever they need to with our reparations to make sure their kids get into these Ivy League schools as well. While our children are being set up from the preschool to prison pipeline and put on drugs for ADHD. And now they're teaching them how to be transgender. How to keep it from your parents. It's against the law for your parents to admonish you and want you to be have heterosexual pride. To believe in love, marriage, and babies with the opposite sex. Out here in California, you don't have to tell your parents. And if your parents find out and they come down hard on you, it can be the state's permission to take your kids from you. Let's continue. I'm exposing it. Here's a sister breaking it down, Sandiva's Hot Topics. FBA versus Africans. What's really going on?
What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Sandiva. And here is my afternoon rant of the day. Now, I've been seeing this FBA, which is Foundational Black Americans versus African debacle debate. It's a lot going on right now. A lot of Africans feel like Black Americans or foundational Black Americans are mistreating them or being mean to them by boycotting them. If you didn't know, there is a blackout on all African businesses on Black people's part. Foundational Black Americans part. I know, just stick with me. White people, if you confused, keep it moving. For the rest of you ninjas,
starve them out of existence in the U.S. Boycott every non-Negro business, especially the ones in your communities.
Y'all listen, okay? The Africans is mad because we chose to boycott them because of how they treat us with the lack of respect that they do. They don't respect us. say that when they come over here, they already think we're lazy, poor, and broke, and we don't have no work.
And that is a lie. What they like to do, family, is they like to compare the wealthiest of their collective with the poorest of ours. They ain't got nothing on our educated. But this government makes sure. I've shared with you guys several times about the statistics from a color of wealth. Is that the name of the report? Y'all forgive me, it's late. I've shared with you guys many times about how African blacks were 54% degreed to out 44% degreed here in LA. Their median income was $113,000 to out $53,500. The value of their collective, I want to say, was 60. Their liquidity was 60,000 to our 200. Hispanics were 17% degreed, and their median income was within 3,500 of ours at 50,000 a year. This was 20 years ago, pre-pandemic. So this is our government being complicit in trying to make them more superior in bringing over the best and brightest that can afford to be here with their nuclear families. And then these are the groups that are then compared to the poorest and the lowest of our collective. And that's how we get these stains of reputations that are totally untrue about the collective. If you were comparing apples to apples, you would see that as a collective, we are wealthier than any of these countries as a collective that they migrate from. But that's not what they're going to tell you. The collective of them don't even have enough to eat. That's not the case. Even in this country, the lowest of our is faring far better than the largesse of theirs in their countries. Let's continue.
Ethic and no culture and all of this, that, and the third. So when they come over here, they already got a chip on their shoulder. They already got an attitude problem. Okay, so we Black Americans, the foundational Black Americans, know that's just not nowhere near the truth. We work hard every day. That's nowhere near the truth. So not
always like to call us lazy since we stopped working for free. But this is a narrative and the lies they have to tell themselves to justify their complicity in working with the government to erase and replace us based on skin tone. That's why identity and respectability pie tricks must die for the Black American Negro freedmen to flourish in the country of our ancestors, the only country we've ever known. They want us to hate this country and go to Africa because they want to destiny swap. They want access to who we are and what we've built without putting in the sweat equity. They don't put it in their countries, and they come here, and all of them, no matter what nationality, they just come in and tether onto what we've done, and then they get into political power based on voting blue no matter who in the couch to tell you no to what you're owed by this government. It's working like the charm that the government intended it to work. This is engineered.
Only are the Arabs eating off of us, the Chinese eating off of us, the white folk been eating off of us. The Africans come over here with an attitude and eat off of us. When you get over here and say, oh, my brother, we stick together, but you don't stick together. You open up a business because the government allows it, because of your immigrant status. And
yes, they've got whole set-asides exclusively for the immigrants and the illegals that Negroes can't tap into. Even the programs that we could tap into here in California, they're not allowing Negroes to have any of it. They're giving it all away to the immigrants and illegals, and I've shared that on several broadcasts. Once they get their numbers up, that's when you really got problems. They'll start to firebomb you. They will make trouble for you in your workplace to try to get you fired so they can bring in the nepotism that we're not allowed to take advantage of by bringing in our people and putting them on. They get to bring their people in. All of this with the help of our government of every branch, local, state, and federal.
And they don't give us the same luxury that they give y'all. There's so much to unpack here. But what I got to say about the foundational Black Americans versus the Africans, y'all brought it on y'allself. And this is just the beginning. Arabs, get ready. Chinese, get ready. Mexicans, get ready. White folk, get ready. See, we gonna start where we know the problem is with the Africans. We know they mistreating us like a mug with these raggedy braids, talking about us, and then want to act like us. It's crazy. So this is a wake-up call, and I'm so glad the Black people is waking up. We are waking up slowly but surely, but what we got to do next, y'all, is start shopping with each other by any means necessary. I'm talking about toilet paper, diapers, lotion, soap, everything. Purposely go out and seek that person who is selling that stuff and get it from a Black person, because our dollars make this MF go around. And I'm just so passionate right now because I can't believe the Africans got nerve and audacity. It's crazy work. They've been over disrespecting us since they got here.
Yeah.
Anyway, y'all, that's my.
They want a destiny swap. Let's keep
Welcome
going,
to your favorite
y'all.
news network, the Dusty News Network.
Let's keep going. What's up, O'Shea? I didn't mean to put his stuff up there, but anywho, let's keep going. Class is in session, and I'm not done until I'm finished, until I'm full. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This guy that goes by D4VD, which is David, who's not Black American. I think he may be one of his parents, but like I said, you are who you cape for, who you rock with. He chopped this young girl up because she was about to expose him. She was in the process of exposing the fact he pulled a Epstein and a Diddy on these young girls. And because she was working with the FBI to expose him, he murdered her, allegedly. He's on trial now. But I'm trying to show you how flat Blackness puts the burden on the Negro, the Black American Negro freedman, who would never do anything as heinous as chopping up young girls and putting them in the trunks of Teslas while going on tour. I've never heard that. If you've heard of someone from the Black American Negro freedman community doing something as heinous as this, put it in the chat. Let's go. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance.
Troubling new details in the case involving popular recording artist David. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner says a body found inside a Tesla registered in the singer's name has now been identified as Celeste Rivas, a 15-year-old girl who had been missing for more than a year. Police made the grisly discovery.
Now, he started messing with this girl, I want to say around 11 or 12.
Last Monday, saying the Tesla had been abandoned in the Hollywood Hills.
It was banged up and kept moving from one place to other place within a couple of blocks from here.
Workers at this tow yard noticed an odor coming from the front trunk, which turned out to be decomposing remains. There's no official word yet as to how the teenager died. According to the medical examiner, Rivas had a tattoo on her index finger reading, "Shh." While that tattoo is not uncommon with several performers, David has the same tattoo in the same location. The singer has amassed a substantial following with 33 million monthly Spotify listeners. He spoke about his rise to stardom last year with our Lindsay Davis.
The success has kind of been quite literally overnight, so it's kind of hard to kind of be in the moment sometimes, but I'm just taking it in slowly, appreciating it.
Overnight, his concert in Seattle was abruptly canceled. He still has not commented on the case, and he has not been charged with any crime.
A lot of people are going to be asking the very...
Oh, he has now. And the reason he allegedly murdered her was because he wanted his music career to go through the roof. It would not surprise me at all if his label weren't complicit with this, allegedly, and in my opinion.
Obvious question of why hasn't David been brought in at least for questioning? Law enforcement doesn't have the answers they want in order to be able to confront or question David, especially without an autopsy report as to the cause and manner of death.
And the medical examiner says they are still trying to determine the cause and also the timing of this teenager's death and whether this was potentially a murder. The sources also say that investigators want to find out if there was any sort of relationship between this teenage girl and David. Troubling new details in the case involving popular recording artist David. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner says a body found inside a Tesla registered in the singer's name has now been identified as Celeste Rivas.
Okay, I want to stop sharing that, and I want to share with you some recent stuff on this this tether. Let me just tell you a search. D4VD, born David Anthony Burke, is of African American and Caribbean descent, reflecting a blend of American and broader African heritage. He was professionally known as was born in Queens and raised in Houston. His parents, Colleen and Dawood Burke, raised him in a Christian household, emphasizing gospel music and strong religious values during his early years. While the exact nationality of his parents are not publicly documented, D4VD's family background is described as African American with Caribbean roots. This is why we're fighting for delineation. All of these heinous crimes and murders being committed by these tethers, and they're scrubbing where they descend from and cloaking themselves in African American and in Black American. I want to show you that, yes, he has been brought up on these charges. Hold on one second. He pled not guilty. Hold on. Stand by. Let me share my screen. This is diabolical. And I am over us constantly being accused for this kind of diabolical nature that's being imported by our government to be put into our communities, to be cloaked in our identity and our lineage for us to take the backlash and the heat. When it's something good concerning the tether, they brag about their country of origins. But when it's diabolical, like this kind of nonsense I'm showing y'all, when it's fraud or other crimes or murder, this is what is leveled at our lineage. And that stops today because our lamestream media in the pockets of the demon rats won't disclose this kind of stuff. That's why I've got to expose it. You've got to get into the habit, family, of always asking, who are you? And since the Office of Management and Budget and our government won't allow us to delineate, we're doing it our damn selves. Let's go. And we don't need to hear shite from the Africans and the Caribbeans who are already tribal in nature. Want to come and lecture us about xenophobia because we choose to delineate from y'all's diabolical nature. Not all are tethers, but enough are. Let's go.
We believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity in order to establish that.
So he pleads not guilty.
We believe the actual
Hold on,
evidence
y'all.
will show David Burke.
Let me stop sharing that. I want to show y'all something different. Hold on, y'all. Stand by. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. Let me show you.
For Platinum in police custody, arrested yesterday by the LAPD in connection with a gruesome murder of a 14-year-old girl who went missing in 2024.
David's music label, Interscope Records, is already distancing themselves from the controversy. KTLA's Lindsay Pena is live in the Hollywood Hills, where the singer was arrested. Lindsay.
Yeah, Cher, Micah, the house where David was staying right before his arrest, relatively quiet today, and we're still not sure who might be inside. What we do know is that David is in custody, being held without bail until at least Monday. Singer David's arrest late Thursday afternoon captured by TMZ, the 21-year-old taken into custody at a home in the Hollywood Hills. The California Post also releasing this footage showing officers in tactical gear handcuffing David before putting him inside a patrol vehicle. The musician, whose full name is David Burke, has been on LAPD's radar as a suspect for months in the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas, whose decomposing body was found in the trunk of David's Tesla last September. Although an investigative grand jury was convened in the case late last year, it never returned an indictment. At this point, it's unclear what finally prompted his arrest on suspicion of murder. KTLA legal analyst Allison Treasel.
Just because he's been arrested on suspicion of murder does not mean that on Monday he will be charged with murder. It means that he will either be brought to court and the district attorney will file charges at that point, or he will be released.
Rivas went missing from her Lake Elsinore home back in 2024. She allegedly met David on social media and, according to law enforcement sources, was in a romantic relationship with him. Treasel says what is clear is that investigators have spent months building their case, and Monday may be when we find out more about what evidence they have against David.
Including what type of forensic, digital, witness, information, all of that should become more available to the public on Monday.
David's defense team releasing a statement maintaining their client is innocent, saying the singer hasn't been charged with any crime. Quote, the actual evidence in this case will show that David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and he was not the cause of her death.
Let's keep going. I want to show you that he was charged. Yeah, he was charged. This is what they're importing into the country and allowing to be birthed with our 14th Amendment while pushing an abortion down the throats of the Negro to upend our whole entire lineage.
VD in connection with the brutal and horrific murder of Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time. These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait, committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. The determination on whether or not the district attorney's office will seek the death penalty will be made at a later time. Before I get into the actual charges, and there are additional charges against Mr. Burke, including continuous sexual acts, lewd and lascivious sexual acts with an individual under 14 years old, and mutilating a human remains of a body. Before I get into the description of these charges, a human remains of a body. Before I get into the description of these charges and their seriousness, I want to look at this as a parent. I am a parent of 3 children, and a parent's nightmare is a situation where your daughter goes out one night and never comes back. As we will show in a court of law, and what I also want to make sure about that the understanding of these charges is clear, is my description of these charges is not evidence that we are going to present in court. These charges, in fact, will not be evidence in the court. Evidence will be the witness testimony, the documents, and different types of admissible testimony that we will admit into court in the prosecution, and if it leads to the eventual trial of Mr. Burke, to convince a jury of 12 people beyond a reasonable doubt that each and every one of these charges is true, as well as the special allegations and circumstances that have been alleged. Back to this being a parent's nightmare. On April 23rd, 2025, as been alleged by the complaint, Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time, went to Mr. Burke's house in the Hollywood Hills. She was never heard from again. On September 8th, 2025, as alleged in the complaint, Miss Celeste's remains, her dismembered and decomposed remains, were found in 2 bags inside of a front trunk of a car registered to Mr. Burke. Thereafter began an investigation. The investigation was to determine who killed, who murdered Celeste months and months before. That investigation was carried out in unison and in partnership between the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division and the District Attorney's Office. At every point in the investigation, through the arrest and the filing of charges, the LAPD and the District Attorney's Office have worked in lockstep. There's been no disagreements amongst these entities in deciding how to proceed with this case, ultimately leading to these charges today. So what you have as well with these charges is that, again, there are 3 sets of charges that have been brought. The first-degree murder with special circumstances, and again, those special circumstances are lying in wait. That Celeste went to Mr. Burke's home on the night of April 23rd, 2025, as alleged in the complaint, at his invitation, and again, was not heard from again. The second is a special circumstance being that this murder was committed for financial gain. As the evidence will show in court, the financial gain was for Mr. Burke to maintain his very lucrative musical career that Celeste was threatening on that particular night. The third charge, in addition to lying in wait and for financial gain, is murdering a witness. In this particular case, as the evidence will come out in court, the witness to the investigation was Celeste. And the investigation was into the lewd and lascivious sexual acts committed by Mr. Burke that is the subject of count 2 of this complaint with Celeste while she was under 14 years old.
That video is like 14 minutes long. I don't want to play all that because I got other things to share with you. My whole point in sharing these things with you, family, is to help you understand, overstand, and understand that this diabolical stuff is being imported by our government and supplanted into our communities to our erasure and replacement, while all the while accusing us of being the people that are guilty as a collective. You see, they want to put this on our collective because this is a part of the agenda to wipe us out based on skin tone, to go through these inches of net and scrub these people's background. You can't figure out if they first or second gen because they've caught on to the delineation movement. And now we get to be called xenophobic. Not that I've ever given a damn about a name. I guess in my humble beginnings of this fight as the contemporary grassroots reparations movement, you know, it weighed on me a little bit to be called these horrific names. But it's imperative that we delineate, and these are the reasons why. The fraud, the incessant crimes, the incessant murders, these are our smallpox blankets, y'all, POC. Akin to what happened when these Euros bought in their diseases initially when Plymouth Rock landed on us. And this is what your protest vote is about. Getting this up out of our country, up out of our communities, because they're not supplanting these types in the white communities or the wealthy immigrants who identify as white. They're bringing them to our neighborhoods and allowing them to go in and out of jail like a revolving door, putting them back on the streets where we are held in prison, sometimes murdered in prison, set up for the preschool to prison pipeline as they teach these immigrants and illegals how to become more American than us, focusing on ESL for these illegals and these immigrants alike that don't speak the King's English. All to our peril. These white immigrants are just as complicit in how we got here. And it's all by design. Let's continue.
Voted against the resolution was the United States. Were you disappointed by that? Voted against the resolution was the United States. Were you disappointed by that vote?
So I would like to comment on the reasons they gave. They sought to create the impression that the time for negotiations have been short. The president of Ghana served notice last year in September. Immediately thereafter, we put together a broad-based coalition, including experts, academics, researchers, historians from all regions of the world. And we commenced negotiations. We allocated 3 hours, twice the time, and had multiple rounds of negotiations. So there are some that to us, it is clear that even if we gave them 50 years, they would say that the time is not enough. Secondly, the claim they have made that we are seeking to create a hierarchy of crime.
Voted against the resolution was the United States.
The bottom line is the U.S. voted against it because you're not owed reparations, idiots. You're not owed. That's why they turned it down. And you are just strictly grifting off of our never-ending Holocaust for y'all to have a payday, no different than the panties in this country, the Pan-Africans, who want an all-black reparations when these folks migrated into the racism they believe they're owed money for. Can't make this ish up. Let's keep going. I'm almost done, y'all. Oh. Now, this is, remember y'all, I've been telling y'all about Louis Pasteur, okay? This is me with the late, great Shirley Huszar. Rest in peace, my sister. We did a live about this. This is the Freedmen Bank Forum that I've shared with you all on a couple of broadcasts about. I went through my archives to pull Louis Pasteur thanking Skamala, who used our Freedmen Bank Forum to deny us access to funds while papering up all these tethers to make sure their credit unions could lend the money that we are owed from the government's theft of the Freedmen Bank to make sure they can lend our repair to their people for houses and business. So I want you to listen. I think this was one of the first because this itch ended up doing this particular Freedman Bank Forum for 4 years. She and Janet Yellen lined the pockets of these tethers and denied us access and entry into the forums. She used our forums to raise up these other tethers. And he's speaking on it. And I need y'all to hear it. Hold on. Let me play the video one last time before I pray us out. Hold on, Shirley. Urban Game Change. Welcome to the live family. Please like, share, subscribe. Turn on your notifications. Forgive my voice. They got this pandemic impacting us all. Hold 1 second, family. Let me bring this bullshit.
I want you guys to share please share this video on your platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and let's have discussions about it. Now, this is the gentleman that was given the right to speak at the forum.
From a sad situation, we need to transform our institution into a very, very happy situation. And how do you do that? Just becoming the place of opportunity, just becoming the place where you don't need to hide who you are, the place that we can pronounce your last name, the place that we can speak in your language most of the time. The place where the largest fear that all of us have dealing with financial institution is rejection. It's just going, it doesn't matter who we are. Every time that you go, you just don't want people because you feel that they are judging you as a person. They're not judging. And the problem is that most of the time it's true. They judge you as a person. If you don't know, if you don't show, if you don't look, if you don't speak like the person that they're expecting. So 21 years later, we are, in credit union world, we're a large credit union. We are 700 million in assets, soon to be 800 just with the money that we are going to be
800 million.
awarded.
She gave them $100 million.
And recently, in the last few months, we started just offering mortgages.
She gave them $100 million to enrich their credit union to give small business and home loans to his people in North Carolina, y'all.
In the surrounding states. In 3 months, we just booked mortgages in Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia.
Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia.
When we talk about individuals, communities that have been left out in every single economic crisis, there we are. They are the immigrants. And even don't let our name confuse you. Even we are called Latino Community Credit Union. We have immigrants from 136 countries in the world. So the exclusion is not just something that is only based on your country of origin.
These white folks would rather erase and replace us and our justice claim than to give us what we are owed.
Is a common situation. We're going to keep expanding. We're going to keep opening opportunities. We're going to keep dreaming. The message that we have been giving to our community, more than 100,000 members that we have right now, is that when you are an immigrant, you come here, probably the public perception is that you need to be patient. You need to wait. You need to wait for sometimes for decades or sometimes for generations. And the reality is that we don't want to be patient. We don't want to wait.
You mean the way we've been waiting?
Because we want to have our house. We want to have our businesses. We want to contribute.
He's been here 21 years. We've been here since before Columbus, around the 13th century. We can be traced back to.
We want to be able to provide some wealth and transfer this wealth to our kids because that's the reason why we came here. Not to be patient. We want to be patient, we can stay where we are. But the whole system has been always telling us that you have enough just to survive another year, that you have enough to. So when suddenly institutions, treasury, super wealthy donors start seeing that through economic development is how you can start really building communities. It's time for us to realize that we don't need to be patient. We don't want to be patient. We need to realize that we are the solution that our community is looking for. We were started by our own leaders in our community because nobody was able to open account for us. And now everybody's looking for the Latino market in North Carolina. You know what? Too late. Too late.
I told you they hate us because they ain't us. Right? And what is the goal, family? To starve them out of existence in the U.S. You must do it. You must withhold your dollars, withdraw your dollars from their businesses in our communities and find Negroes to do business with. Always ask, who are you? And you must protest vote against the demon rats. You didn't see Trump giving $100 million. That's just to him. They gave to other banks. They even gave to a black bank that we could not trace where this money was to apply for access to it for homes and businesses for our people. This is what Kamala and Janet Yellen did for 4 years and put an Hispanic at the gate and turned away the contemporary grassroots reparations movement from attending. And some of y'all's novel idea is to continue to vote blue no matter who, or to vote the couch. When there is a full-blown invasion happening in real time to the Negro to end our lineage. The president ain't the only one you voting for in the general. Your local elections is where all of this is happening and taking place. And I will continue to ask you, when the nation becomes California, where is the Negro going and with what? Let's continue. Keisha Lance Bottoms. Which one am I? I think this is Woodsy. Remember when Mammy Bootlick Keisha Lance Bottoms yelled and scolded black folks on live TV? She was more concerned about protecting that CNN building than her black constituents. And remember when she failed to fire the cops who killed Rayshard Brooks? Now she's trying to rebrand to be governor. This cannot be good. And Joe Crow endorsed her. Remember last week, I think that's when I did my last live, I said when demon rats be for a thing, we must be abjectly opposed.
In Atlanta.
Hold on. But watch Atlanta go out and niggardly vote against their own interest.
If you want change in America, go and register to vote. Show up at the polls on June 9th. Do it in November. That is the change we need in this country. You are disgracing our city. You are disgracing the life of George Floyd and every other person who has been killed in this country.
They love invoking the name of our slain by the race soldiers and the deputized while doing nothing to give us an anti-Negro hate crime bill or an end to qualified immunity. None of those cops who murdered Rayshard were brought up on charges, y'all. And she was in charge.
We are better than this. We're better than this as a city. We are better than this as a country. Go home. Go home. In the same way I couldn't protect my son on yesterday, I cannot protect you out in those streets. You're throwing knives at our police officers. You are burning cars. You have defaced the CNN building. Ted Turner started CNN in Atlanta 40 years ago because he believed in who we are as a city.
How many Negroes work there?
There was a Black reporter who was arrested on camera this morning who works for CNN. They are telling our stories, and you are disgracing their building. This is not the legacy of civil rights in America. This is
what they love to do, invoke our never-ending Holocaust while not doing any policies to make us whole. All they got is chastisement of those whom, once again, because y'all done flooded our cities with immigrants, we don't even know which are tethers, which are illegal tethers. We don't have a clue who's doing it. Under flat blackness. And that's how it's designed. To obscure it, to continue to blame us for it. To our peril. This is what makes it easy for these race soldiers and the deputized to murder us. Unarmed Black men, women, and children, because you constantly demonize the Negro under flat blackness when we don't know, because there's no delineation, who is truly to blame for it. Let's continue. Yeah. Just a second, y'all. I'm trying to make sure. So, am I sharing that? Hold on, y'all. Yeah, here we go. Didn't see the blue box. Dejanay, a Black American woman, addresses flat blackness. She says that melanated foreigners are only using it to shield themselves from anti-immigrant hate in America. Before anti-immigrant hate started to rise, they were loudly talking down on Black Americans like everybody else. Let's let her cook.
They acting the way they're acting because they no longer have pride in being acting the way they're acting because they no longer have pride in being immigrants. Because for one, I snatching everybody the fuck up, and two, everybody's shutting down that rhetoric that us immigrants built America when they fuck it in. That shit is not sticking. So now they're trying to cling on to the Black American identity with this fat, flat blackness. We're all Black. They all see us the same. That is that. I know the fuck they don't. Right? No, the fuck they don't even know they don't, because they saw the same. Then y'all would not have to sit right here and try and constantly try to villainize the Black American culture. Because y'all thought y'all shit was popping on us, right? Because when they saw right here and saw like everybody around the world was steady coming after Black Americans because it was getting them views. Not in fact they hate Black America. They never hate Black America. It was because it was getting them views that they were talking shit about Black Americans, right? Right? And they were jumping on board. They was talking shit. You guys have no culture. And we all get into cultures more than y'all. There's more Nigerian dollars than Black Americans. They was on all believing all that bullshit. That was anti-Black American, that uplift them because they saw that the world was using us to get views. They were using fake hate against us with the anti-America shit. That was fake America hate for fucking views, right? Now all of a sudden they start to realize the entire Western world actually don't fucking like immigrants. Everybody's getting kicked the fuck out, right? They don't have no pride no more. They never had pride unless white people like them niggas. They never had pride unless white people like them, right? Saying they
with the whole, like, the reason why Africans and Caribbeans and specifically South Africans, they all started acting the way they act is because something from their culture became popular at that point in time. Like with Carnival barely came fucking popular, right? It started getting attention. Jada Waiter came out there, oh, you Americans need to start going to Carnival. They play Sexy Red at one of the fucking carnivals. You Black Americans are commercializing Carnival because you got attention that one fucking time. Carnival ain't got that much attention ever since. Same thing with Afrobeats. A couple of Afrobeat songs became popular. For some fucking reason, Africans started getting a big head and was on there. You guys want to be us Africans. You guys want to be African all of a sudden. Mind you, nobody wanted to be fucking African. I don't even know what the fuck they got that from. I think they thought we would because they were getting attention for some reason. I have no idea why, right? All of a sudden, right, they're back to we're all Black. They all see the same. No. Even before that, there was all this. They were all the same niggas who's on here like, oh yeah, well, if you don't fight against ICE, ICE gonna come after you, Black Americans. Next, they coming after y'all next. And then when ICE sat right here and they thought ICE was detaining Black Americans, they all came together and cheered.
Yep,
they all came together and cheered. And when we found out, no, they let them niggas go. It was over. It was done with. They realized, yeah, ICE is really not coming after Black Americans for real, right? They did all that fucking protesting and realized that protesting actually didn't fucking work, and they still snatching niggas up. And then on top of that, recently since Sabuzi came on here, it was like, oh, us immigrants built America. Everybody shutting that shit down. No, the fuck they didn't, right? Y'all have no pride. Y'all have nothing to hold y'all self up no more. So you're trying to stick to Black Americans because you think a Black American can protect y'all when y'all sit right here and lie that they all think we the same. Y'all can sit right here and lie and say Black unity, Pan-Africanism. It was never Pan-Africanism. You're trying to use Black Americans to try to protect yourself because immigrants are no longer protected. Well, they were never fucking protected anyways. But you're less protected than us now. That's all the fuck that is.
Yeah. Well, she had a potty mouth. Lord, she was cussing up a storm. I probably should have vet that one a little closer. But you get the idea. Right? Yeah, you see, and this is another thing you need to withdraw your support from. You got a lot of Africans doing our content for clicks and views. We become clickbait, right? And then this is the way they get their money up. Forever staying in our business. That's another place where you need to boycott. You just need to listen to the Negroes like myself who are reporting on these things. Lots of folks in the new Black media that are Negro that are doing these stories. We're the ones that need the support. Y'all don't need to be listening to Tethers talking about what's going on with the Negro. Y'all need to be listening to the Negroes that's talking about the Negroes and helping us make our voices go viral. Instead of some Tether someplace else wanting to destiny swap and making money off of our never-ending Holocaust in America. We should at least be able to profit off of that. Let's continue. This is from my sis Watson Speak. This is what waking up looks like. Yeah, I love this. All the coons and the tethers. Losing. And this is contemporary grassroots reparations movement. Losing. We leaning in. Lean in, family. So this from his grave. But it wasn't 200. He might have got us for 60, but he won't get us for 200 because we're done. Stick a fork in us. We are done. Let's keep going. What's this? Long before Columbus reached America, there were Black indigenous tribes in Louisiana. All over, family, but let's show this. This is from Louisiana. Hold on, y'all.
Our people's memory. We the watch.
Long before Columbus touched the Atlantic, Black indigenous tribes were here in Louisiana, keeping their own nations alive. Today, these Mardi Gras Indians carry that memory in every bead and feather, reminding this city who walked here first.
Right here in New Orleans and Baton Rouge, we are the Washita, we are the Tunica, we are the Natchez. In the South, you are standing on the land of the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Muskogee, the Alabama, and the Yamasee.
These tribes of Black Indians, Blackfoot, Washita, Muskogee, Natchez, and Yamasee, are the descendants of the Moorish Empire, original Mauritanian nations who built cities and governments long before this parade. Their feathered suits.
This is our regalia, our people's memory. We the Washita, Tunica, Natchez, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Muskogee, Alabama.
That's what's up. See, this is what I've been speaking to y'all about, that if we don't stay diligent and stay on their heads and not allow them to lie and say that immigrants built this country, and not allow them to continue to do revisionist history, they've already stolen that portion and aspect of our history. And they've given it to these mestizo and these Siberians and these glacier donkeys, the white folks, the European, for $5. And so it's up to us to continue to learn the history and teach the history and to continue to expose the lies. They have changed our name a good 5-6 times in this country to keep us from the origins of what you just saw. They've whitewashed it. That's what they've done. And that's what they're currently trying to do with erasing and replacing us tethers based on skin tone, not lineage, where no one would be the wiser. Because they're starting to look like us. They take on our names. They've been changing their names. They've been scrubbing the internets, and they even have our dialect down in many instances. And we cannot allow it to happen. Let's continue. African-style Juneteenth. Why celebrate our freedom with West African culture? Look at this disrespectful shite.
Their culture in replacing.
They want a destiny swap.
This picture isn't insulting because of division. It's insulting because it represents erasure. It's like you're taking a cultural group that had nothing to do with Juneteenth, nothing to do with Black Americans at all, and then trying to insert their culture in replace of ours to celebrate something that only has to do with us. This West African Ghanaian culture does not represent Black Americans at all. No Black American grew up eating egusi soup or okra soup or jollof rice. Like, that's not a part of our culture. That would be like Black Americans having soul food in Ghana as a replacement for jollof or banku or whatever they were having in celebration of some festival that only had to do with their people. It just wouldn't make sense. We have our own culture, and that culture is what should be represented and celebrated for Juneteenth. I feel like this is another slap in the face from the Pan-Africans, basically saying that our Black American culture is not good enough, so we need to replace it with something more African to represent Juneteenth. Like with the whole Juneteenth celebration in Ghana, it's like, I'm just not seeing the connection here. It's okay for us to be American. It's okay.
There isn't a connection, sis. They want to erase and replace us with these tethers and upend our justice claim. They know that we are owed in the quadrillions. That's what I need for y'all to land within y'all. This is engineered because they don't want to pay it, and the voices from the soil are getting louder about it. And it's costing the demon rats elections now. We cannot afford to play Negro roulette with the line. We must get out in Obama-style numbers and protest vote against the demon rats, because the next time they get in control of this country, their mission will be accomplished. Their mission will be fully accomplished. Had y'all allowed Skamala to get into office this last election cycle, the mission would have been accomplished. The 28% of us who went to these polls to protest vote against the demon rats' economically genocidal plans for the Negro spared us what was on the precipice of happening to the largest of us, what was on the precipice of happening throughout the nation, as California has already gone, as New York has already gone, as Chicago has already gone. You see, when you get large groups of them already in your communities, you have pretty much lost the war. When you no longer see your people in mass in these places that our ancestors built with their very lives, you've already had a full-on invasion and there's no turning back. I'm imploring upon you to independent or non-affiliated and vote against the demon rats who have become the guillotine to the repugnant Klan gas chamber. Why do I say that? Because you got whites in the repugnant Klan party who don't want mass immigration because it's hurting them as well. In other words, the grave they dug for Negro freedmen is the one they've fallen into. And the only way they stay at war with one another is to keep the repugnant clans in control of the country so we can rest and organize. Don't play Negro roulette with the line by voting blue no matter who or voting your couch. Let's continue. Now, this is just diabolical. You permit shares. NAACP President Derek Johnson makes $850,000 per year and is asking teenage Black athletes, Negro athletes by and large, to sacrifice their college finances for the greater good of Black voting rights. What has the NAACP provided as a suitable solution if Black students turn down their scholarships? It's not even just about the scholarships, family. These HBCUs have been invaded by the tethers, the student body and the administration, and they're not offering NIL deals that we fought for our youth to get because these, what do they call these top 10 colleges? I don't know the lingo. I'm just saying that these SECs and carrying on, these Southern conferences and carrying on, were making billions before Angel Reese for the WNBA and Shador Sanders. This way, with these NIL deals, what they're trying to tell our people to do after being voted in by our people and making all the reparations we are owed. They want our young adults to not sign on with the SEC and these bigger conferences with these white colleges that are now running them NIL deals. They want them to forego those deals and go play at HBCUs that you clearly saw Deion Sanders had enough and went to Colorado where he was paid in full. After coming out of his pocket because of how decrepit these sports programs are at the HBCUs because they're not financing these HBCUs sports in the same way that they're financing it at these white colleges and universities. So they're supposed to forego their little bit of reparations that they're able to procure for their athletic and academic abilities so that we can continue to vote identity and respectability parlay tricks to our own peril. Let's go. NAACP President and CEO Derek Johnson has reported compensation in the range of roughly $828,000 to $841,000 per year based on recent nonprofit tax filings. And there is a breakdown from the most recent filings. They get more than, Mike Lowry says, students get more than NIL money at the big schools. My friend's son goes to a Power 5, and they're getting money, cars, and other things before an NIL deal, and not every athlete gets an NIL deal. Well, I'm telling you that we've managed to enrich some of our kids, right? We've managed to enrich them where they can take care of themselves and their families. And yet the NAACP, no different than the Congressional Black Caucuses, is working for everybody except the Negro. They weaponize our never-ending Holocaust to lift up all these other groups with our votes and what's historically happened to us in this country, all the while wanting us to give up our advances so that they can stay in power and continue to work for people that ain't us. Let that sink in. Let's continue. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. And if you'd like to bless the broadcast, please do so at $TRPTV. Cash App, $TRPTV. Thank you in advance. Okay. Stand by. This is Michael B. Jordan thanking Drewski. Now, he just won wait, did he win an Oscar? I can't recall. He won a big award. I think it was the Oscar for his role in Sinners. And he's thanking Drewski for exposing how Hollywood is replacing Negroes in our own narratives with these tethers.
I appreciate Drewski for speaking up for us Black American actors. I saw the Drewski clip. I get what he was doing. It's funny on the surface, but there's some truth in it because Hollywood really does have British actors playing a lot of Black American roles right now. We talking slaves, street guys, civil rights leaders, all that. And I've been in those rooms. You walk into an audition, you put your work in, then somebody from London gets the role, and suddenly the reference for authentic. That part hits different. Now, don't get me wrong. This ain't about saying they can't act. A lot of them are talented. Some of them really put the work in, but growing up Black in America, an accent you pick up. You can study Atlanta slang online all day. That don't mean you understand what those stories actually feel like. I think that's what Drewski was pointing at. People laugh, but it's real. Hollywood loves Black American culture, the slang, the pain, the whole aesthetic. But sometimes when it's us in the room, we get labeled. I appreciate Drewski for speaking up for us Black American actors. I saw the Drewski clip. I get what he was doing. It's funny on the
erasure and replacement in every industry, y'all. Pay attention. And get out here and do what you damn got to do to save your line. Stand by, y'all. I think, am I done? Is this true? I think I'm full, y'all. Let's see what y'all got to say about it. I ain't gonna be on here much longer, y'all. Your sister's tired. But I'm gonna try to do what I can do, okay? Share. Okay, y'all still there? Okay, it's still clicking. All right, y'all. I said what I had to say. That's part one. That's only part one. I got a lot of other things to share. I might come back tomorrow. Tomorrow night, around the same time, same reparations station. Okay? Let's see what y'all got to say. I thank y'all for hanging in there. I can't believe how busy y'all been over here. My co-host in the chat. What's up? Okay, I'm gonna shout some of y'all out. All right. Let me see if I can keep that going. I gotta put some music up under here, y'all, because your sister's sleepy. I gotta play something. Hold on to keep me going. Thank y'all for being here. Just a second, y'all. Just a second. Okay. Lord of mercy. Hold on, y'all. I apologize for the delay. I gotta find a way to get this thing charged so I can play this music. Put it in a purse somewhere. Okay, y'all, just a second. Let me see something here. Is this phone charged? Thank y'all for y'all's patience. I really appreciate y'all being here, rolling with your sister this late. Just a second, y'all. Okay, let me see. Let me go to my media assets for now. Okay, y'all, let's go. So I'm going to shout y'all out, and I'm going to just do the pertinent comments, okay? And when I get too sleepy, I'm just going to flash y'all's comments on the screen as I, yeah. Let me do this, and then what I'm going to do is declare and wait. I'm going to tell you the moral of the broadcast, then the declare and decree, and the prayer of protection. All right. Yeah. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to the top. I'm going to get through as much as I can, and then, like I said, I'm just going to flash the rest on the screen because y'all been busy over here. Lord have mercy. Good grief. I'm having a hard time getting to the top. Oh, y'all got a lot to say. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Gave love to Yaira already. Purple Rain. Yes, Sonya Black. Okay, baby. I hope Trump gets them out of here. Well, you know. He's doing what he can, I guess. I really, you know what? Let's just keep it a buck. They both parties suck, and they both want immigration. Okay, Trump is really no different in that respect. He doesn't want the poorer ones because of how much welfare they absorb, becoming American. Okay, but he is definitely still for the moneyed immigrants coming in, and that's problematic because we're being replaced not just in the orange groves, but also in the executive branches of the public and private sector. I'm the only Negro on my team, okay, here in Southern California. And I was with Wells Fargo when they totally got rid of all blacks, including the melanated immigrants, but there were more Negroes there at the time. And they replaced us with the white identifying immigrants, and proceeded to defraud the customers. You can catch that on a series called Dirty Money on Netflix. You can see that there, where they literally, it's been a blackout. In most black neighborhoods, you won't find Negroes out here in Southern California working in the grocery stores, working in the retail shops, working in the banks, in the restaurants, in the fast food, places that used to be heavily dominated with Negroes who built California. No longer here. We've been legislated out of the state while they've grown the Latina population to over 50%, I think, by now. So yeah, please know that Trump only wants the poorer ones out of here. Both parties suck, and both parties suck for the Negro in particular. So please, we'll do just enough, but it's up to us to really do what we got to do in our communities to starve them out of existence in the U.S. That's on the Negro freedmen to do what we did back in the Gap with the Montgomery bus boycott and all the little boycotts we once did. Sharpton and Jamal will sit up here and have you boycotting something as big as a Target. Target ain't the ones that are established in our communities. Those are the Asian, Arab, and Africans that have businesses in our communities where they make money off of us and then go and have luxurious homes in the white communities, often marking the box identifying as white. So that is where the boycotts have to happen. Not the targets, but where you're being taken over. So this don't stop until we stop it. And until we protest vote. Hi, Brown Eyes. When Trump sued the IRS for them releasing his taxes to Biden, Trump settled for $2 billion and put it in a slush fund for people who want to sue the IRS for illegal activity. Well, thank you for that, but there's also this. Where's it at? Hold on, y'all. Were you the target of politically motivated actions by the DOJ? Okay? These are anti-weaponization advisors under Trump. It's no partisan requirement. Anyone in the U.S. can apply. That's what I was saying. And we can build a case and get paid through this as a channel instead of fooling with the foolish demon rats sitting up here acting like we need to lean on them in order to have a study where they get paid $20 million to study our repair into perpetuity, all the while never intending to cut no checks. We can upend them as a party and go around them, leveraging this same justice fund that Obama bequeathed to these white Native Americans are benefiting from a stolen identity and make our case before these advisors and see what comes of it. So that's what I'm speaking about. And I thank you for sharing, because I'm sure that that's a legitimate claim too, but I'm talking about this one over here. And if you're interested in being a party to that class action, send me a Gmail at thereprospect@gmail.com. Okay, I've got expertise in worker comp law, but I've also prevailed in family law. Okay, and so I'm going to look to put together a case to put before these advisors so that we can get some remedy. It ain't reparations, but it beats a zero. And I like the idea of not having to go through the demon rats to get it done. We don't need no study. And Obama showed Trump where the money resides. And that's why he's doing this for the J6 insurrectionists. They get to break the law, and he wants to repair them for what they lost from breaking the law. So why not put together our legitimate claims before the same Justice Fund advisors to see if we got something that we can eke some funds out of. Because let me tell you who else is going to be doing it. All these tethers. Yeah, African people. Trick language. Yeah, African American. The very Cherokee Jesse Jackson set us up for this kind of fight. But their pockets get lined to undermine us. Joyless does not need to be in the diversion. She is not owed anything. Correct. None of them are. They're running interference as they've been paid to do. Oh, you mean the conversation. Yeah, root trackers. Joyless Congolese Reed. Uh-huh. What's up, Benton? Joy Reid is one of the most unattractive women I have ever seen. I know I shouldn't talk about a person's looks, but that woman looks horrible. Her necklines and wrinkles make me want to barf. Lord, Benton, please stay on topic. We're not here to drag people's looks. We're here to make the case for reparations, delineation, deportation, and the weaponization of our votes and the socialization of our suffering. Okay. Let me read this before I flash it on the screen, y'all. Y'all clowning over here. Yeah, Purple Rain. Why ain't she talking about how much the West African countries will pay us in the form of reparations, instead of, speaking French and including herself in what we are owed? Africa co-opting off our Juneteenth and arguing about it. Ain't it something to behold? Well, I tell you, this is not what our ancestors signed up for when they fought for them to have access to this country. They thought they were bringing in allies. Or I tell you, the betrayal is just too deep to even speak on. I think they are now between 15 and 20% of the flat black population in this country. To our economic genocide. What I find truly funny and hilarious is that FBA loves talking about black immigrants or other non-white immigrants. Basically, they talk like if the non-white are the only immigrants. Well, who's this? The active? No, there's 283 million immigrants. Only 50 million of us, foundational black Americans. Okay? White folks can't erase and replace us the way black can do with the African and the Caribbean. We got smoke for the others, but the real smoke are for the ones who came here that our ancestors fought to bring here to be allies and to become like the white folks. They're in bed with the colonizer of this country to ensure that we stay bottom caste. That's their goal. They're working in tandem with our government to erase and replace us in every facet of Negro existence that made this country the best country in the world to migrate to. Well, 97% of the U.S. population are immigrant descendants. Okay, and your point is what? Yeah, that's the problem. It was bad enough when we had to fight the white ones. Now we got to fight the POC ones. So it's problematic. I don't know that y'all, let me see here. Let me get my calculator out and see. 50 divided by 283. Yeah, well, we're 18% of the country. So that makes y'all 82% immigrant. Not 97. That's 57. That's 50 million divided by 283 million. Why does Joyless Reed feel entitled to discuss issues pertaining to American Freedmen FBA? She should stay out of our business and stick to immigrant issues for real. Well, this is by design. This is the cosplay of Godfrey, Joyless Reed, Roly Poly Martin. I could go on and on. These are the people cosplaying us because these are the ones who have managed to eke out reparations for themselves. They're paid extremely well to undermine us. That's why they're speaking on us and not themselves and cosplaying us. Hold on, y'all. I'm going down. I have to read it a little bit before I flash it. I don't want to put no more insults up there. I see you, gearhead. Yeah, see, no, we're not doing that. You're over here promoting to vote blue no matter who to get another 10 million illegals in here and stick them in the black neighborhoods. Yeah, that's what y'all want us to continue to do, but we're wide awake. We're done with that. Benton says, please don't mention Obama. Just hearing that idiot's name makes me cringe. Oh yeah, I gotta show it though. I can show it better than I can tell it, you know? So I gotta mention it, and you gotta see how the identity and respectability Pali tricks is to our ethnocide. You must really understand that. That's why I show him. What's up, copper color red Indian goddess? New followers shared and liked. Greetings, indigenous ones. Welcome, family, to the live. Thank you. Appreciate you, fam. Yes, Black Alpha, Afro Elite, Even Yvette Carnell puts out great work. Phil Scott, Tim Black. Yeah, we putting in work. We're not playing. We didn't come to play. The revolution has been social media eyes. Benton says, don't worry, sis. The Demon Rats will lose every future election after the SAVE Act gets passed. They're so afraid of losing their seats that they're desperate and will do anything to save their jobs. Well, if I've got anything to do with it, they will be on the bread lines. Because my protest voter strategy that was successful the last election cycle was not a one and done. My goal is to break the backs of these demon rats. The times get better and Negroes are flourishing in the country of our ancestors. So they need to get used to the bread lines. I give zero damns about Trump. Well, not even Trump, but these red states being allowed to redistrict. I give zero damns because they give zero damns about the plight of the Negro. So why should I give a damn for them to be continuing to make hundreds of millions of dollars at our expense to ethnically cleanse us? They started the war. I'm here to finish it. I'm just here looking for my tribe. Benton goes on to say, I pray that the SCOTUS will find that the way the demon rats have interpreted the 14th Amendment for the past 50 years was wrong and rule that it's not constitutional to give illegal citizenship. Absolutely, fam. I don't know that that was a demon rats or was that the Repugnant clans that did that. I gotta look it up. I think the guy was Wong Ark. I don't recall which party voted for Wong Ark to get citizenship from his illegal parents, but that's when all of this started. And when they realize they can leverage it against us to keep us tethered to the bottom as capitalism requires, I do know that the demon rats have done a full court press. Even though Representative Barbara Jordan talked about this very moment happening. They were all talking about it back in the day. They were all talking about it. Even Dr. Claude Anderson. You see it at the intro, where he's talking about how once you become fourth-class citizens, you got nothing coming. And that's where we're at. Angela, do you think that if the 14th Amendment passes that we will have this for reparations? I don't know, fam. I haven't really given that a lot of thought. I think it's going to take more than that for us to get the repair we're long overdue. And we've got to stand strong and put somebody that knows how to negotiate in charge of those discussions. But the ones that we're more likely going to get that from would be the demon rats. And we can't put them back in power until they manage to find a way to use that same justice fund that Obama used to enrich white natives, white Native Americans who are profiting off of our stolen identity. They need to find a way to do something like that where they can direct deposit and open up freedmen bureaus for those who don't have checking accounts to come in and collect. This ain't no one check and done. It's in the quadrillion, into perpetuity. For as long as it took them to drive us into the bottom of the Titanic, it's going to be as long as we need to be paid, akin to the U's, okay? So we can't allow ourselves to get weak and do something like Sandy Garrity is trying to push, some little measly 14 trillion, because we're 14% of the population. What you're not going to do is put our reparations in the bargain basement on the clearance rack at the fire sale. But this is where we have to be as resilient as our ancestors, the ones who fought back for our emancipation. They fought and won our emancipation. That has to be our resolve. Until the party that we've been most loyal to prioritizes cutting the checks. None of this HR 40 nonsense, study us into perpetuity while we pay y'all to study. We're not going to pay y'all reparations to study us into perpetuity just to continue to stay in power through our ethnic cleansing. We're awakened. In the sincerest context of awakeness, we develop woke. As per usual, these immigrants have co-opted and corrupted wokeness on both sides of the aisle. But woke, based on the way we define it, is our third eye, which is our first eye, is wide open to the puckery on both sides of the aisle. And we're choosing to be strategic with that awakeness to their agenda to ethnically cleanse us and upend our justice plan. Ergo the protest vote. Ergo the boycotting of all immigrants and only doing business exclusively with the Negro. So I don't know, darling. Copper color Red Indian goddess says, I am of the Muskogee Creek and Swappin Indian Nation bloodlines. Beautiful, sis. I love it. Thanks for sharing. Okay, be active. He didn't mean that the 14th Amendment passes. I just took it to mean that she's talking about being able to remove birthright citizenship for illegals and immigrants, weaponizing our 14A. Yes, darling, they are playing in our faces. Having franchised with them foreigners since the late 90s, learned long ago they don't give back to our communities and they rude AF. No lies detected, family. Kung Fu Fanta, what the hell are you talking about? They don't disrespect you in their countries. We're not in their countries. Some of you go to their countries disrespecting them on a daily. How so? First of all, the largesse of my collective don't go to Africa. Many of them don't even have a passport. Because why leave the best country in the world to go into these places and just get beat up all day and be told that the price is a different price for you because you're a Yankee? Why do we want to subject ourselves to these poor countries? You don't make sense. You're lying is what you're doing. This is what this channel is about, exposing the lies from you tethers. You know good and high damn well we ain't over in no country where we're fewer in number giving folks the blues and putting in that work on these people. Stop it. Your lying ass. So-called black people reclassified over 10 times are the copper-colored indigenous people of the Americas. Beat active. Damn straight. It's the tether takedown. Come on now. Who is this? Hot X Holden? She is telling the complete and whole truth. Yes, here to take Information Man Show. He told you. And she speaks to her collective. Somali Omar, the Somali community. Yeah, even you can even hear Ilhan Omar claiming to be black now. Now that she's been caught in a scandal, $30 million, she done went and got an accountant and changed and erased those numbers to try to make herself appear poor as a church mouse. Now that she's been exposed for being intertwined, allegedly, in that Somali fraud that was going on. I gotta say allegedly, y'all, but most of the stuff I'm telling you is the truth. Okay, but if you don't say allegedly, these are reasons for them to take your shit down. You know that's not what I said. Hell no, I'm not an African nor from there. And don't try to school me about my ancestry or where terms I'm using come from. I'm not a child. Speak, baby. You got to back them up off of you, babe. You're doing it right. It's people like her why we are in the predicament that we are in, says Brown Eyes. Yeah, and it's a lot of them like her over here. Very few allies. Africans, Salamis, Cubans, Arabs, Mexicans, none of them like us. And we need to stop being so gullible and stupid, thinking that there is some coalition with any of them. Speak truth to power. What's up, Red State, Blue State? I'm glad that African made that video. That's why they're being deported. Exactly. It was the best thing to ever happen. When they try to serve up some truth, trying to get us told, exposing their real mission over here, all of which happened under Joe Crow and Skamala, the border czar. What's up, Juliet Wright? Thank you for joining the live, beloved. Keep going. Lord, why ain't this thing? Oh Lord, is it frozen? Codex Holden. Our fake black leaders have helped sell us out for many years. That's why we are not respected by anyone, and our communities are in shambles. Correct. They got their reparations. Codex Holden goes on to say, my great-grandmother was born into slavery, and I am upset that gays, white women, Mexicans, and even Chinese people have all benefited from what our ancestors suffered and went through. Yeah, you in the right place, family. This is your tribe. You done found us. Welcome home. This is what we're fighting against in our demand for reparations. Copper-colored red Indian goddess says Warnock, Fanny, and Stacy are all cooking. You can't meet a demon rat that's on the up and up. Not a one. Not a one. They're all complicit. You saw it at the SOTU, fam. State of the Union. Where Trump said, who are you here for? The American or the illegals? I didn't see not one demon rat stand. We ain't made enough. These immigrants must be stopped. That's the goal, family. I've been talking about this since Obama. The end of his second term, when he was a no to our repair, I've been talking about this. I've been at our task force hearing speaking against immigration because I understood and understood that mass immigration is diametrically opposed to reparations. Because how are you going to make them American, but not for our repair? So it was all just pretend. Political theater to save Governor Newsom his seat after he was caught out in Malibu somewhere unmasked after closing down the schools and other businesses, partying and doing things up big. The Repugnant Clans came for his seat. And he used us in the Reparations task force fight to save his seat as governor. We were used. And I am doing everything in my power to prevent us from ever being used again. Because I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt and the bumper sticker, okay? Please don't ask stupid questions. What will happen if Trump deports Black Americans? Has he done it yet? I can't stand none of these bootlicks. They got the bag and want to pull up the gate on the collective. Can't stand none of them. Oh, I forgot to show my girl. Let me show her real quick. She's supposed to be memorialized in this video. Lord, where's she at? She just disappeared. Hold on, y'all. I just saw her. I wanted to memorialize her in this video. She was... Where are you at? Oh, Lord. Let me see, y'all. Hold on. Please, I beg your patience. Let me close out some of this stuff. I don't keep pulling up things I've already done. Oh, okay. Stand by, y'all. This was powerful. Jessica Jackson, love her down. Hold on, y'all. Oh, wait, y'all. I don't see it. Stand by. Hold on, y'all. I don't know why that's not coming up. Stand by. Being videos. Hold on, y'all. Stand by. Let me make sure y'all can see it. Yeah, there she is. He's speaking on the Voting Rights Act. Lion-ass demon rats trying to act like we've lost the right to vote.
Jessica, please begin.
The reality is this. Black people's voting is not in danger, and you know it's not. And you know it's not. I'm 63 years old. I've been voting since I was 18. I have never had a problem voting. Now, that may apply to my mother and father. It applies to my grandparents. Surely it does. And in fact, because it does, every single person in this room, including that Jewish lady that just got up and talked, need to really be thanking us. Really need to be thanking us for getting y'all the right to vote, for getting y'all the right to be here, instead of sitting up here manipulating the Voting Rights Act like something's getting ready to happen to our right to vote, when you know that's not true. So now you all gonna drag black people in here, definitely some senior citizens, and gonna have them come up here and talk about how they scared to vote, how this messed up their right to vote, women need to vote, all that junk, when you know it's not true. Just like you sit up here and make like black people can't get IDs. Us requiring IDs to vote, it's gonna stop black people from voting. Why black people ain't got IDs? See, you all get more and more ridiculous. But you can't, in this room full of these black people, talk about that federal case that just got filed Monday that's talking about how you all are stealing property at Cook County sales. Where the black people in here? Raise your hand that if they told you to come in here to talk about how your property got stolen. Where you at? Huh? Because we got commissioners in here that know for a fact it's happening. Catskill, you know it's happening. Lori, you know it's happening. Michael Scott, you know it's happening. Lamont Williams, come on, you give up cases for the county. You know it's happening. Donna Miller, you know what's happening. Well, come on, y'all black people that they done send here with these 501c3s, that they got y'all in here talking for them. Why y'all ain't in here talking about how they stealing our property?
1 minute.
Where y'all at? Come on, because y'all getting ready to come up here to this mic and lie for the cameras to say that black people's voting is done by this Louisiana thing and Donald Trump and the Trump administration, when Donald Trump is in front of the Supreme Court right now, fighting for the 14th Amendment, saying that black people, that amendment was for black people.
30 seconds.
Not for birthrights, not for people to anchor themselves over here illegally. And they got y'all black people in here getting ready to talk against him. I mean, y'all real sick up in the head. You sick in the head and more sicker in your spirit. This is insane.
Time has expired for the speaker. Next
Y'all
speaker,
crazy.
Taiwan's.
Obama, we're calling on you and Michelle. You and Michelle, come and apologize to Chicago for doing this. You come and apologize to South Shore for moving all these people out, displacing all these people, having J.B. Prister steal our property. Obama, before you come and cut that ribbon on this ugly building. Come and apologize to South Side of Chicago, to Chicago, period. People stood behind you, thinking that you was going to be about something, and you wasn't about nothing. You owe us an apology. We want an apology from Barack Obama.
We not leaving. We here all summer until he comes. We here all summer until he comes.
No, that's more than 70,000 acres of land stolen from black people by Cook County.
Stealing black people's land since 1948.
70,000, more than 70,000 acres. 70,000 acres of land stolen from black people. Go on, Cook County, Crook County. That's how you do it. That's how you steal. Hold that sign up. Hold that sign up, Bill Laura. Yeah, there go that step. There go that step. That's how you do it. That's how you steal. Yeah. That's how you steal. Go on, Frank Wickle. This person, Jessica Jackson, you know who I am. The person who land y'all stealing.
Here come the sheriff. White folks can cut a fool all day long.
Back up.
Let a black person have something to say. Now they coming to take her out.
Back up. Go get that crook.
Let a Negro have something to say about
it. Get that crook. Get that crook. Get that crook. Tony Freckwickle. Get that crook. That's who you get. Get that crook.
Chasing her up out of there.
Get that crook. How about that? Johnson. Look up here. Look up here. Look up here. You got a real South Shore resident of 63 years up here. Not no paid protester, not somebody that's paid with a 501c3.
That's Afro.
You got a real live South Shore resident at this mic. Now what you're gonna do for the citizens of South Shore and the black people of Chicago, you're gonna stop with all this fake black facade you're doing. You're gonna stop that. Because first of all,
you're going to deal with the fact that word on the street is you're a Haitian. And if that be the case, that explains a lot.
Mayor Brandon Johnson.
If you're not, we're going to dethrone this self-acclamation you gave yourself at that Black Caucus thing, where you said that you're the freest black man in America right now. I dare you insult black men like that. You are far cry from that. You're sitting here talking against Trump, trying to make him look this way or that way, when we right here this morning saw you misuse the police department to violate our rights as citizens. That's right. You told them that they cannot participate in getting these illegal immigrants while you sat up here and misrepresented that raid on South Shore Drive like black people was getting beat up and all that over there. You know that's a lie. I live over there, and black people over there, we kicking in and we chilling because ICE ain't looking for us. And you know they're not. They're coming to get what we asked our president to do, and that was to engage in mass deportation, to get these illegals out of our country. We are coming for them seats. Do you understand that? And while you got these people up in here acting like they pro-police, if they really was about the police, against the police, whatever the case may be, they deal with that Laquan McDonald Act so that we can get y'all up out of that seat. Yeah, you wipe your face. You wipe your face because you're probably out breaking out in a sweat. Let me tell you something. We coming for them seats. And at first, I said it to you. Then it spread it to city council. But now you're going to mess with the black people of America and American citizens by being a fraud and showing the Democratic Party by how lousy they really are. Black people in America, American citizens, y'all say it along with me. From the East Coast to the West Coast, from the North to the South. The Democratic Party, we putting y'all on alert. All across of America, we coming for them seats. That's right. Flip red. Flip red. Flip red.
Before I say what I need to say, I want to thank Alderman Talaferro for helping me with my case. He did, in fact, come through and help me, and I want to acknowledge that. Thank you very much. Now, with that being said, that John Hendricks was here. Now, he ran in the back because he didn't want to hear this conversation. Now, you got your finance people over there that's with him from the city. You got that, Annette Guzman, who is in here instead of him. And you got the lady with the black jacket on with the glasses, who I really thought was AI up until right now, because she just had this stoic position on TV. She doesn't even move, so I thought she was AI. So seeing that how she's real, maybe you can go back there and tell John Hendricks that Jessica Jackson said that meeting that he had with Senator Terry Bryant from Springfield in March 2025, when him and Mary Richardson Laurie lied and told Senator Terry Bryant that the reason why my case had not been settled was because my mother did not have a will. It's the same lie that Cook County public administrators told. So do not sit here and make like the city and the county and the city are not connected, because they're very connected. So the fact that you all will sit here and look at some false, rigged up numbers that you can't even fix is a disgrace. You all are a disgrace because you're lying. Stop lying. You won't say nothing about the money that was spent on illegal immigrants, because you know that's what's got this budget messed up. It has nothing to do with no ultra rich or nothing else. It's got to do with the incompetence of you and that Guzman that sit there and let Brandon Johnson do this garbage. You and that AI robot neck.
Thank you, Miss Jackson. They couldn't wait to cut her mic.
I'm back after the suspension, after I've been banned. That's crazy, right?
They banned her from the city council.
That's crazy that I would be banned from here and that all y'all would sit there and let it happen.
Yep.
Because I came in here talking about my property that my mother left for her children. This morning before I came here, I went downstairs and I pulled the deed. to my property. And to see my mother's name with her children's name
They still
on
all
this
the
deed.
Negro properties in South Chicago.
Yeah. And to know that you all could be so corrupt and so crooked that you all would try to steal what's rightfully mine and keep me off this mic from talking about it.
Yep.
When I'm sitting here with a whole Cook County sheriff sticker with a fraudulent case number on it, but you gonna keep me from talking about my property because some lousy, no good for nothing Jason Irvin wants to make sure that nothing was said from this mic about his no good for nothing sorry wife that was running for an office that he know doggone well she wasn't gonna win. We gonna flip Chicago red, and we gonna come through here and we gonna get these seats. The mere fact that all of you sat in here and allowed that property tax increase to hit the south side and west side like that up to 133%, while the north side had a mere 5% and the suburbs had 10 to 11%. You all targeted us, and you all 50 of you sat here and voted for that to happen. We coming for them seats. You all sat here and let them ban me, knowing I hadn't broken no law. And you send this clown to participate? My son wouldn't have never sunk that low to abuse no women, some black women, to help some clowns for a job? Nigga, you crazy. Anyway, we getting them seats. We getting them. Again, for the aldermen that helped me, you know who you are. Don't want to say because you know how retaliatory Mayor Brandon Johnson is. But we coming for them seats. Y'all don't sit back and do me wrong and think that ain't nothing gonna happen. See, that's the problem. Y'all think that all we do is talk at this mic? You better go see what Chicago Flip Red really on and see how we filing charges and complaints on y'all all day long. And y'all clogging up the system with fraudulent cases like the one
Obama, we're calling on you and Michelle. You and Michelle, come and apologize to Chicago for doing this. You come and apologize.
Yeah, family. Yeah. I think she's a wonderful note to end on, y'all. I appreciate your comments. I'm going to try to get through as many of them as I can. As I march towards the conclusion of this broadcast, I'm just a little exhausted, y'all. And y'all been really rolling with me. It's like 1:22 out here. And I know it's later in the other time zones. I really appreciate y'all. Listen, the moral of the broadcast, family. Oh my God. You must put the mask on the lineage, or it's the end of the line. The only way to do that when you are outmanned, outgunned, outmoneyed is to boycott all foreign-owned businesses, all immigrant and illegal businesses. Don't do business with them whatsoever. Find a Negro to get it from or do it for yourself. And your protest vote. You must protest vote. You must protest vote against the demon rats. Preferably for deportation closed border candidates, which are few and far between. You can vote third party, write your own name in, write Daffy Duck's name in. I don't care. But please unash your couch and stop playing Negro roulette with the lineage by allowing 283 million of them to control our politics. Please run for office. Please run for office. and protest vote against demon rats. Boycott, run for office, protest vote. Or trust me when I tell you, you will become little Mexico or little China or little Africa or little Caribbean, and you will not see your people as readily. You will become extinct. I'm not gaslighting you. I'm living it in California. This is your wake-up call. I'm sounding the alarm every opportunity I get. Let me read our declare and decree before I pray the prayer of protection. Stand by, family. I declare and decree that the highest form of righteous judgment is served over all corrupt beings of this government, judicial system, including the race soldiers and the deputized, CPS Child Protective Services, judges, attorneys, demon rats, repugnant clans, FBI agents, the CIA, and all personnel working for the U.S. corporation with 3 Ks with wicked intentions. All hidden corruption and agendas are now destroyed forevermore in spirit and in flesh, in sleep and in awakened states across all timelines, realms, and dimensions, known and unknown. The light of God surrounds us. The love of God enfolds us. The power of God protects us. And the presence of God watches over us. Wherever Black American Negro freedmen, descendants of the emancipated, and allies are, God truly is, because, family, you are the face of God. Yes, you are the voice of God. You are the body temple of the Spirit of the living God. Yes, you are. Until we meet again, family, I want you to make it a beautiful, God-inspired rest of your day and work week. Happy Memorial Day. And until we meet again, family, I'm believing for each and every one of us a ton of peace, love, reparations, deportations, delineation, and the weaponization of our vote and the socialization of our suffering family. I love y'all. Black American Negro freedmen strong. Yes, I do. Thank you so very, very much. I'm going to play the outro and get through as many pertinent comments as I can until we're complete. Stay tuned for the outro. y'all even hear me? We're very much over blackness and having these type of heinous crimes, murders, and fraud blamed on the Negro community. Black in this country is not skin tone. It's a whole entire lineage. Black American Negro freedman, descendant of the emancipated. This type of ideology is exactly why we're delineating and upsetting the agenda for our ethnic cleansing under flat black. If FBA are the worst, why are you over here? You don't have to be on my channel. This channel is not for tethers who have a disdain for Negroes. Move the hell around. There's a million other channels you can be on. I'm here seeking my revolutionary tribe. You clearly are not him or her. Yeah, get a life, tether. I don't understand why y'all over here. This is not for y'all at all. I don't expect it, I don't expect y'all to miraculously love foundational Black Americans. I get that you're here to take, but you don't have to be on this channel. There's other channels to choose from. This ain't for you. Okay, it's time for you to go. I'm done. Ban user, delete their comments. You're out of here. Oh, Lord. I love my folks. Rest in power, the great Shirley Huzar. Yes, family. Sacha Del Reed 360, I saw you, fam. Thank y'all for joining the live. I'm just trying to get to these comments, but y'all been super busy. I'm like, food child the ghetto. Metamorphosis, listen here. Listen, looky here. We did not vote for no Obama because we wanted open borders. No, Obama didn't open the borders. That was Joe Crow and Skamala. And I didn't vote for either of them. So no, you're not in a thread where people are doing dumb shit like that. Most of the people that follow me are with me. We on the same square. And even the Negroes that did go out here and foolishly vote in Joe Crow and Skamala, they didn't do it to be erased and replaced. They did it because they continue to believe the lies of the demon rats, who always overpromise and underdeliver to keep us sheep walking to the polls to our own peril. But they didn't vote for erasure and replacement. What do you mean FBA is financed by COINTELPRO? FBA are descendants of the emancipated. It's not an organization. Thank you. Sergeant King, I appreciate the sub. Thank you. Yeah, I love my folks. I've been telling them for years now. It's a done deal. They keep voting Demon Rat. So they'll become California. Thank you, 5 Point Star. Hi, Benny Singh. Yeah, you can send it to Black Alpha. He inspired some of my work. I watch his channel. The beach areas are better in the South anyway. Well, E-Belly, the bottom line is, when you are a Black American Negro freedman, descendant of the emancipator, you deserve to live wherever the hell you damn well please. You shouldn't be forced migrated back to the South. I love California. Love it. It's beautiful to me. It's my happy place. My gym is the beat. Now I should be able to do that and not fear not being able to find gainful employment, not being able to make multiple 6 figures, not being able to, you know, buy a bigger home. I shouldn't be robbed of that because I'm a Negro. I should be able to live anywhere in this country that I damn well please, being a descendant of the emancipated. Yeah, I love my folks. We absolutely do need to do community economics. Well, I mean, love my folks like I showed in that excerpt with Stamala and Janet Yellen giving away our reparations and enriching that North Carolina bank that was headed, that credit union headed by Louise Pasteur. 800 million. Which of our black banks have ever been able to amass close to $1 billion from the government? That type of money is not being amassed, you know, from the community. They're being given our reparations, taxes, and Social Security to become more American than us, to our ethnic cleansing. Yep, Atlanta, it's on the way. It's already there, fam. Love my folks. Yep. The homelessness of our people in Atlanta is out of control. Well, who are the members of these criminal gangs? Are they Negro freedmen or are they tethers? Once again, you got to ask yourself, are you referring to Negro freedmen or are you referring to tethers? What I can say, copper colored red Indian goddess, is if we got 20 black banks, how many of them are lucrative? How many of them have $1 billion in assets? How many of them are lending to Negro freedmen for businesses and homes? Are they there catering to the immigrants and the illegals? These are the questions you must ask yourself. Who is it benefiting? That's no different than saying we got black politicians. They ain't doing a damn thing for us. Most of them are tethers. in here tonight. Well, this morning. What's up, Chance P? Thank you. Very true. Just trying to wake our people up, fam. Lots of folks don't get what we clearly get over here. Hi, Lemon Delight. How can we starve them out and we have no businesses of our own in California? Not enough businesses anyway. Well, family, this is when you start to go online. I have mentioned earlier that if you like their food cuisines, you can actually look those up on ScrewTube and make these dishes yourself. I have a Negro-owned grocery store in my neighborhood, and I patronize them first before I go to any of the other major stores. Where there is a will, there is a way. I don't know which EO you're talking about, Satra. There was not an executive order for for reparations, darling, not to my knowledge. Well, I tend to yell because this kind of stuff, you're saying, lady, you must be hungry, just yelling at the screen. I don't know if you talk about me, but I'm very passionate about my lineage. Some of the stuff makes me want to holler, so I do my best to try not to get so animated, but when I get to cooking with the ancestors, it just comes out the way it comes out. You'll just have to adjust the volume. I don't know what else to tell you. If you just find that you just disappear from my thread, it's because you said something foul and I've got a block button over here and I'm using it. I don't know that we're only 13% copper color red Indian goddess. They lie a lot. You can't believe them even about our numbers. They lie about that. You know, there's just so much lies going on with these people that believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. That's kind of like what I ascribe to. Hi, Gail. Withhold your money across the board. That's all they understand. Keep your money because we need it more than tethers, foreigners, and immigrants. Very well said, beloved. No, I want other black people. I don't know of any other black people. There's foundational Black American, there are Caribbeans, and there are Africans. So yeah, I want them to go back to their countries and do for their countries what we've done for this one. So that's what I mean by starve them out of existence in the US. So that my people can flourish. Because they give zero damns if my people starve in the country of my ancestors. They're in bed with, they become Crayola with 3 Ks wanting white supremacy. Okay, it's time to ban you as well, Flora DeBella. You can't insult my people and expect to remain in my thread on my channel. You will be blocked if I see your nonsense. Well, heroes, we have to lean in, right? Like, if you continue to always do what you've always done, you're going to get what you've always got, okay? The bottom line is we must lean into our boycott of all foreign-owned businesses and our protest voter strategy. When the demon rats know that you will continue to vote blue no matter who, no matter what, without demanding reparations, we'll never get it. The only way that we'll get it is to show them that we mean business. And that's with the protest vote. Not playing Negro roulette with the line, sitting on the damn sofa, voting the couch. Hi, Gail. Yeah, I like some of Dennis's content. He's very good. Dennis Sperling is another one y'all should sub. That's not true, baby girl. There's no way in the world they will ever get rid of Black Americans. You know, Trump is not trying to upend the 14A because he wants to deport us. We are the moral compass, the soul, the heartbeat of this country. They don't want us going anywhere at all because they know it'll fall faster than Rome once you take the heart and soul out of the country, out of this country. Yeah, it'll be no more. You're so welcome, beloved. Thank you for being here and for your comments. I sure appreciate you. Yep, every place but here, darling, because there's a bigger agenda afoot. Hi, Mama Dad. Yes, child. I need lots of mods. I can't believe how many of the tethers came over here tonight and just line up a storm. Child, the ghetto. I don't know how to make people mods though. I have to figure that part out, Mama Dad. I definitely would love to have you as a mod. Y'all are too much. Aren't y'all sleepy? Every time I think I'm at the end, y'all keep writing. Oh, Lord, y'all making me tired now. Yep. No lies detected, Hot X Holden. And the nation is going the way of California. It's so sad and tragic to see them continuing to vote against their own interests. Speak, Mama Dad. You can't expend your energy like that, darling. Because that's what they're looking for. These people are trolls over here. They like to bait you and get you out in the lather. y'all up. I cannot believe how y'all are still carrying on. Good Lord. Okay. Oh, thank you, T Rose. New subby, the creator led me to this prolific channel. Thank you. I love you and our people. FBA. Oh, bless your heart, beloved. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mary H9B. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Negro Freedom Strong. Yes, I do. Oh, thank you, beloved. Thank you. Meet Active over here cutting up. Have a great day, everyone. Yes. Thank God we ain't got to work in the morning. I know y'all got to be off of Memorial. If y'all sitting up in here in this chat, and because I'm asleep in. I love all the love. That's who we are. We're lovers. I love it. Pinky Wells. Is it what? What time is it? Girl. They can't be successful without the Negro dollar. That's why I'm saying boycott these businesses that have been intentionally infiltrating what's left of our communities. Boycott the gentrification. That's what you do. It's the only way. And we got more numbers than they do. So we're in a position to do it. But not for much longer if we vote in the couch and blue no matter who. Girl, it's a long ass live, child. Just chew the elephant one bite at a time. Yeah, sugar. It's a lot. You know how I get on the road. Ancestors like to cook. That's right, Pinky. Get him, girl. You coming out the gates hot. Pinky. Oh, you are funny. Oh, that's who that was. I blocked him. He was a whole ghetto ass mess. He had to get up out of here. Hi, darling. Beloved Donnie C. W.I. Williams. E1, FBA, please. Okay, yeah, if you're in LA, I would say vote for one of the Republicans, not any of the demon mats. And if you're in LA, vote for what's that guy running against Karen Bass? Spencer Pratt. If you're in LA, vote for Mayor Spencer Pratt. He's an independent, and he's giving these demon rats the work. I cannot wait to feature some of his ads. They are just So creative. I can't wait to share next broadcast. Oh, bless your heart. New subby. Thank you, beloved. Thank you. Yar Toddy. I appreciate you, beloved. Thank you for the sub. Make sure you share. I'm trying to find more of my tribe to get my numbers up on the protest vote. Get more of us off the couch to protest vote against the demon rats. That's my goal. I want to march us towards 50%. Got 28% in the general. And I need y'all for the primaries and the midterms to get out here and make it do what it do. Pinky, how you know all the tethers up in here? Okay. Well, he ain't done. I ain't seen 5-point star cut up none, so they can stay. You know, you're tethered, you cutting up. But if you're not, then you're cool. Hey, codified lineage. I don't mind. The immigrants being here that, you know, don't disrespect the FBA, the Banaf, ADOS, ADOX, the descendants of the emancipated. That's just easier to say. What's up, my family? Birmingham showing love from the night shift. Thank you, baby. Welcome to the live, beloved. I love my California too, Pinky. I get depressed thinking about leaving from here. I love it. I wish more of us were here. I'd love it even more. I miss us out here. Our ancestors built this country. You said you love it, but you're not coming back to Cali. Where you at? Johnny C. I came up out of Fresno, California, but reside in Texas now. Okay. Pinky, do you have a tether radar or something going on? Yes, there was a lot of tether vibes up in here. I couldn't see what was going on. I was too busy cooking with the ancestors. But now that I'm scrolling through the comments, I see it was a lot of tetherism going on in the chat. Have the highest living. Second richest group of people in America. Whites have more because they stole from our ancestors. Sneaky with the fire, always. I just love me some honey. Yeah, that's what I've been pushing over here, to boycott, not Target, but boycott these businesses in our communities. You can find a lot of Negro businesses, well, not a lot, but you can find Negro businesses online. Just do a search. You can maybe find some in your community. I've got a grocery store here, so you can find them if you're looking. Nick Jones, you can't tell me. Let me explain something to you. First of all, my fight is not with the immigrant. If you have ever been on my channel, you would know that I don't take issue with immigrants. My fight is with the government, who's weaponized immigration against my lineage to keep us bottom caste in the country our ancestors built with their very lives. So please, go and inform yourself. I've got over 400 videos here. Go get some education and stop this nonsense. Ain't nobody hating on no damn immigrants. I do quite well for myself, but I'm concerned about my line. I'm not good unless we all good. I mind mind over matter. John H. Johnson was a powerful Black American. 13% code word, 13 tribes. Wow. Yeah, we've lost the war in California. I'm trying to prevent us from losing the war every place else in the country. Amen to that. It's wild, Nick. It really is. It's tragic. Very, very frightening to see the blackout here in Southern California. Well, we're well on our way, Pinky. Girl, you need to go to bed. We ain't gonna be up here all night now. Oh, bless your heart. God called us to this life. You resemble the emblem of American women with feathers. Oh, yes, yes, it's in my line, baby. Ah, brilliant observation. Thank you, beloved, for joining the live. What is this? Damn near a 6-hour live. Okay, y'all. When it goes in 10 minutes, I'm done. Okay, that's a wrap. Now, this is the longest live ever in the history of the Reparations Perspective channel. But it was very, very rich and epic to spend this time together with y'all. I love y'all. Angela, I see you got some new people in tonight. I'm familiar with Jay Money, Sonny, Donnie Williams, and those three tethers. Welcome, one and all. As long as you're respectful, you're welcome. America is the best country in this world. Only place everyone risking life and limb to get into. Real talk, baby. I wouldn't respect the former military. Oh, y'all copy a lot. Our music, our fashions, our baby hairs, our what are those cars that crunk up and down? Dewan B, that's another one y'all should follow. Those cars that jump up and down out here in Cali. Everything we do, all you immigrants copy. Not just the Mexicans, all of you. Y'all hate us because y'all ain't us. You see the title. Machiavellian. We don't need none of y'all here. We got along quite famously without all of y'all feathers in this country. It's just magnified wanton white supremacists by the number of nationalities that have been allowed into this country. All of y'all are anti-Negro. So we were doing much better with just one set of people to fight. Now we got all these people done landed on us tougher than Plymouth Rock. Please. You sure do, darling. Oh, really? Okay. Well, he was 5-point star, didn't do too bad. A tether radar. All right now. Yeah. The antebellum whites at that. Okay, y'all. Praise the Lord. Y'all done got tired and stopped typing. I'm so tired I can take off running. Thank God tomorrow's a holiday. Yes, family, I love y'all. And I may come back tomorrow night. We'll see if I got anything left. Y'all been amazing in the chat. Thank you for keeping it lit. Get your rest. We'll do it again real soon. Real soon. Love y'all. Peace. Good night.